No breath, no heartbeat, just static remains. Hollow reflections, ghosts in the cold. So come burn down my escape. I wanna feel it, come drag me into the void. Let my circuits decay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. You never will.
Come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Almost forgot to unmute my stuff. Would have been talking in silence for a minute there. Almost made that mistake again, boys. A rookie. Rookie numbers. What's going on, everybody? We're live! How's everybody doing? What's going on, Anthony, Too Bad, War Dog, Slick, Mr. No Name Nobody, Digi. What's going on, fellas? What's going on, fellas? Yeah, so I believe we were supposed... The update got delayed. I don't know what even is under embargo or not embargo. I really didn't get any real comms on this. Outside of my, you know, testing that I do regardless. But, from my understanding, we were supposed to get the servers down and then come back up at 8 o'clock, or my time, Eastern Standard Time, so about 45 minutes ago or so. But it got delayed 2 hours, so I figure, I don't have patch notes or anything to talk about. I don't have anything like that, so I'll be waiting for the update to go live to talk about that. For now, what I am going to talk about, or not talk about, what we're going to do is we're going to do some before and after testing of the cars that I know are being changed for this update. So there's been all sorts of rumors about what's changing because the devs have said things. Nothing's official till it's official, obviously. That being said, I've driven the 3 rumored cars that we're going to change. 3 classes, I mean. I can feel some pretty distinct changes in 2 of the classes. The 3rd class, I personally don't feel anything in. But I only drove 1 car, and I don't drive those cars, that class of car, very often. So, we're going to start with GT3, because, you know, everybody's favorite car in the world is GT3. We're going to do some lap times. We're also going to test out the AI. Here's the thing, Digi, I don't know... I haven't seen the patch notes for this update. I know of things that have changed from my own testing, and I don't know if I can or can't say that until 10 o'clock. I don't know if 8 o'clock was the time. I don't know. I got no comms. I got no idea. I have no idea. So I'm just kind of rolling with the punches right now. That being said, we're going to do a few laps with the AI at 100%. Do we know if there were... Because I know Boris is live talking about patch notes and stuff, so I don't know what is... when the embargo was for the update information. I assume it's 8 o'clock, which is an hour ago. But I don't know if the delay... Was it embargo delay? I don't know. I don't get told anything. I just... We're expecting one, yes. We are expecting one, yes. That doesn't mean we're definitely getting one. You never actually know, but it's expected. I'll say that. It's expected. I was in his chat and had no issues. All right, so what I can say from my own personal testing is the AI is a lot more balanced for this class now. Right now, they're so when these cars got slowed down in the last update for 2.1, the AI did not get touched. And if it did get touched, it was nothing obvious. The AI could go 154s, 155s, no problem, before and after the update. However, the cars got slowed down by 4 to 5 seconds. The player car, I mean. Even the aliens, everybody's slower. So basically, the 100% AI slider here, where there's a bunch of authentic level trophies and stuff like that to unlock, you basically couldn't do. It would not be possible. The aliens wouldn't be able to do it. The best people in a sim title could not beat the AI at 100% to unlock trophies, at least in GT3. So they are scaled back now to be more balanced with the player car, which is good. Now, I'm sure I haven't spent a bunch of time with them. So I'm sure there's still going to be some problems that people complain about with the AI. Every sim to this day, people are still doing that. So I don't expect the AI to please everybody. But from a pace standpoint, 100% is now more balanced to the player car. So we're going to do a before and after of that. What about a global one, Warthog? What about a global one? Going on, Dan? But I can say that the AI drives much more comparable to the player car now. I think the aliens will have no problem beating the AI now, which is the way it should be. Let's be honest. If you're going to balance AI on a slider with just one setting like this, obviously AMS2, in my opinion, does it a lot better, where they break down their aggression and all of it, so you can really customize the AI's driving. And it's still not perfect. But with just one slider here, in my opinion, 100% AI should always be beatable by the aliens, the absolute 1%ers, best of the best. The average player, the average decent player, should be challenged, but be able to beat them. But be challenged. They're going to have to probably restart the race, give it maybe the fair shakes, but it should be capable of happening. It shouldn't just be only an alien can beat it. And then, obviously, that's assuming you're locking trophies and stuff behind 100% AI. Now, obviously, if there's no advantage to scaling the AI at 100% to unlock anything, like an achievement or something, then you can make the 100% AI impossible to beat. It doesn't matter anymore, you know, because you can just slide it back. The only thing you're hurting is somebody's ego. But if you're going to lock achievements and stuff that people do want to get behind 100% AI, the AI does need to be actually beatable. So anyway, you can always scale it down to your skill set. That's always an option. But in my opinion, if you're going to lock achievements and trophies and all those things behind 100%, which is a lot of single-player people want to get those. I myself am typically one of those people. There needs to be a challenge. It needs to be hard, but it can't be impossible. If it's impossible, well, then no one's going to do it. If the aliens can't do it, nobody's going to do it, you know? And then, obviously, the worst players, they're not going to be able to do it. That's the whole point. You have to get good at the game still to be able to beat it, but it needs to be doable. So, like I said, how refined and polished it is, that's just going to take time. I only spent a little bit of time, maybe a half hour total, with the AI. And I can tell you, even just logging their lap times, none of them, well, I shouldn't say none. I think one or two of the AI had individual laps that clipped into the 159s. But every other AI was 201 to like 205 at 100%. The full 32-man grid. So right now, they're a good 5 seconds faster. And 5 seconds per lap adds up real quick. Allow it to go. Well, here's the thing. This is what they should do. They should do, I think AMS2 does this absolutely the best. Everything is locked behind 100%, like this, but the slider goes to 120% for the mega challenge. So, 100%, checkbox the ego and the trophies, and it's doable, still challenging, but doable. And then for the real, I want the hardest impossible task with the AI, the slider can be bumped up to 120%, and the AI gets really hard to beat. So I like the way AMS2 does it. It's like they kind of captured a way, like, obviously anything over 100% is, like, not a real number, but people want to see the 100% and that they won. Like, yeah, I'm the best, you know? I'm better than the AI. Well, the reality is you're not better than the AI. No one's better than the AI. The AI is only letting you beat it because it's programmed to. So anyway, we're going to do a couple laps here with the Merc against the AI at 100%, and then after the update rolls out, we're going to do it again. He's not going to do it. I've never seen a more stubborn person when it comes to Discord. Of all social medias, I don't even call Discord a social media. That's the worst part. Of all social medias, though, that is the last one I would see someone having, like, contempt to join. Also, to delete your setups. Just, you already know the drill. Delete your goddamn setups. Alright, AI at 100%. Let's see how these guys drive by comparison to when we get the update. I do say the GT3s in the update. Oh my god! I'm gonna keep going. The GT3s in the update do, I think, drive better. Now, people, I'm sure, will find problems. I will say that I do think that they scaled back the weight of the AI cars a bit too much. You can punt them off the track so easy. Before, they would punt you off the track super easy. Here's the thing, Slick. Truthfully, you could try your maybe don't delete them. Maybe try them compared to the default setup. But I can almost tell you, a tire model warrants a setup change. Everything warrants a setup change. Suspension, if this is like, again, a sim where it's real life, suspension will act differently let's just say you have street tires on your car, and you have the perfect suspension setup for your street tires. And then you switch to competition slicks on all four corners from a street tire. Do you think you're not going to make any suspension changes? Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Your suspension is getting completely reworked. So a tire model change, if that's what it is, again, I don't have specific details. I just know the cars do drive differently. A tire model change warrants a suspension change. But like I said, save your setups for now, but there's a good chance you might delete them. I'm just saying. I don't have any setups, so I don't have that problem. Like, I have basics. Like, all right, I know in this car, I bumped the final drive for tracks that don't need it, because this car does feel a little piggish at times. Dude, I know people like going through it for fourth. I can't go through it fourth right there. I need to grab third. It just helps rotate the car. If I try driving through that turn in fourth, I oversteer or I understeer off the track every time. Every time. Yeah, I'm in 22nd. And here's the thing, the first lap is over. Any chance I had of getting real positioning happens in the first lap against the AI, because they do seem like the first lap they're a bit chaotic, and then they kind of straighten themselves out and they clean up for lap 2, and then they only get faster. They do seem to get more. Now, obviously, they're running out of fuel, so I don't know how the AI is programmed. Well, someone like Eagles would be able to tell you, but a lot better than me. How the AI is programmed to make to adapt during the race? Are they getting faster, or are they only getting faster because they're like, say their cars are getting lighter from less fuel? I don't know. I don't know how it works fully. No, this is single player. And yes, it's in maintenance, technically. Now, I'm not saying I'm anything special here, because I'm definitely not. But I feel like if I put in effort, put in real effort, I should be able to clear the 100% AI, you know? And they're going to kick my ass. They're going to murder me. It's not even going to be close. I can say braking is going to feel quite a bit different with the GT3s, that's for sure. You're actually going to, even with full ABS, if you turn ABS up to 11 and you stuff the brakes, you're still going to understeer. Just a heads up, folks. Get ready for that. That's coming. Here they go. See? What's going on, Zephyr? Notice how they're getting faster. My pace isn't really changing, and they're getting faster. The back of the pack is now driving around me. They rolled back their netcode. That's good. They needed to. The fact that Traxine's writing about canceling actual, like, important races because of their current netcode problems, that's a big deal. Hopefully in about an hour, Cars Guy. This is still 2.1. And apparently it's already public information, I guess, but the update is called 2.2. No, this is not the update. No one has the update yet. I mean, I could... Never mind. I was going to say I could switch to it, but that isn't public. So... So what I want to show you after this is the standings in the lap times. This is the current build, technically. This is 2.101. But the new one is called 2.200. It's not called 3.0 yet, so. Now, I've gone 203.1 so far, which is not my best. My best with this car is 201 and change on a default setup like this. But like I said, I am subsequently average in these cars. I'm nothing special. But that's my honest pace. The point is that they are crushing me right now. The point of the comparison, though, Mike, is to do a before and after. Everybody constantly wants to complain or talk about wanting full grids in this game, right? So scaling the AI back to 4 or 5 players might be good for, like, testing, for modding, but it's not good for the racing experience. The racing experience is a full grid. So you're going to see back-to-back what the difference is with the AI. Lost all my time. But these guys are just waiting to pass me in the back of the pack. You know? But yeah, if you want to properly test the independent AI for like how they actually are doing everything specifically, you don't want a full grid. Because a full grid creates chaos. Like that guy just punted me in the asshole. Gave me the little bump and go. So once I complete this race, we're going to look... Actually, you know, hold on. Let's do this. Retire, and now let's look at the standings. So look at... Every single AI is in the ones right now. Every single AI is in the ones. And if I let this go, they'll go into the 154s. That's way too fast for the player car. Way too fast for the player car. If guys like Hall and Bass have setups, and their records are like 159 and change, and he is arguably an alien... and the aliens are doing those times, that means the entire front of the pack is on pace with you. Or not on pace with you, sorry. The front of the pack is all beating you, and the back of the pack is on pace with you. The slowest cars right now, I am the slowest car, clearly. But, like, look. The second slowest car on the grid so far is over a full second faster than me. Now, mind you, a lot of that's my fault. But the point is that at 100%, and I would say at my skill level, which is in the middle, I shouldn't be last place on the grid in terms of lap times. Now, I'm sure someone's going to disagree, and that's fine. But the point is that these cars, if you give them enough laps, they will go 154s. Right now, in the game, with an alien, it is impossible to do that. With the player car. Impossible. And now, that wouldn't be a big deal if you just couldn't beat the AI at 100% if there were not achievements locked behind the AI. Yeah, that was... Well, that's the thing, though, Mike. That was before the player car slowed down by 4 to 5 seconds. What's going on, Rowdy? The point, though, is that the last update, 2.1, the player car significantly slowed down, and the AI didn't. So now, in the new update, the AI has been rebalanced for the GT3s. I can't speak to the other classes. The AI is the only thing I tested the AI with was GT3. But I will say, prior... in the previous build, now mind you, I don't play single player super often with AI, only for testing small things here and there. But GT4 and the Aussie V8 cars did not have the scaling issue. It doesn't seem, because I don't think those cars, they got like a bit of a change, a physics change, but they didn't slow down like crazy. The GT3 slowed down quite a bit. So 158.4 is the lap record, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... 22 of the 32 cars on the grid have all broken the world record. Or the IMSA record, anyway. And I'm telling you, if you let them go, the longer you let them go, the faster they'll get. And that was quality, not race pace either. Exactly. Exactly. But for the guys who do like single player and do like GT3, I think that you're going to have a much more balanced experience from a difficulty standpoint. The AI is now scaled back to... I'm not saying the AI is perfect. Again, I don't spend the time with AI to really, really flush out problems. But speed-wise, they are now balanced. So log these numbers in your brain. First thing we're going to do when the update hits is this exact same test again. So log these numbers. In fact, there we go. I just took a screenshot. Just took a screenshot of that. Well, the biggest thing probably for that, though, Trev, is depending on which option of the test track was. was straight line versus... The AI is nothing special with GT3 in a straight line, but they're on rails through turns. All right, so next we're going to jump into LMDH. LMDH is next. But I'm going to do this solo. Do this solo for now. Get ready for raging. Yeah. I mean, this is my take. This is my take on these cars in the current 2.1 build, the LMDHs. Regardless of if you like these cars or not, is a moot point from my opinion here. And that opinion is that I think these are the worst driving LMDHs still across all of the sims. I think they're better in LMU. I think they're better in iRacing. I think they're better in Race Room. I think they're better in AMS2. AMS2 is one of my favorites, personally. These cars are lacking something in this current build. I don't know what it is. It's hard to put my finger on it, but there's almost a numb sensation. And it's... The force feedback was, like, turned up, definitely, for this update. It was cleaned up. I'd say this, so far, was the best force feedback we've had for this car. But something's missing. I've driven them with the new build. They're definitely better. They're definitely better. However, it seems there might be some setup requirements because they are too safe now. And by they're too safe, I mean they're slow. I'm not necessarily saying lap times they're slow. I'm saying based off the way the rear of the car is driving, it's an understeer city. The rear end of the car is so hard to lose. They fixed a lot of core problems with these, which is the snap downshift oversteer bullshit. That's gone. But it does seem like it's very, very, very hard to lose rear grip in the cars now. And it does seem like it's very, very easy to understeer straight off the track. Without locking the tires, I mean. So I'm going to let the eye of the beholder make their own assessments of the new build. But they do feel very different than these. So this should be default setup. Hold on. Let's make sure we're default setup. Remember, I'm comparing only to... Yeah, I only have default, so I deleted all my setups. So we're going to put it on softs because I'm going to do my testing on the grippiest possible scenario. And let's look at some lap pace here and stuff. I do think, though, that with these cars in the next build, I do think that there's going to be a lot of setup speed found. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I think I think the cars are too safe. And maybe that's what they wanted, and then now you can find the speed in them and make them risky to drive. Because I will say I did test default wing versus no wing, and there is very much range there. Meaning, default wing, I could not lose the rear end of the car no matter what. It just would not slide out. Turning the wing down to 0, I couldn't hit the brakes in a straight line without losing the rear end. So there is clearly range of adjustment there that works. So I didn't try anything in the middle, by the way. Again, limited time. I have a life, believe it or not. So I test things when I can. And overall, though, force feedback is... Now, again, this is going to be a subjective thing. So on my experience, force feedback is way better in these cars when we get in the next build. And that's coming... See, like, right here is where it starts to feel like, where is my force feedback? Where is just the feeling of the car? There's this very numb sort of, like, what's going on with the car? See, like, right there? Right there, it wanted to lose the rear end. Like, right there again. And we're on pre-warm tires. In fact, let's check what we're at. Monitor those. I'm going to also show you the snap oversteer, in case you all don't remember what that is. Right there. See? That downshifted 2 to 3, while it wasn't as bad as it's been, still lost the rear end of the car. I can almost tell you that on the new cars, you're going to want to run TC1. When the new build comes out, you're going to... That bug is still there, man. But notice how my hands reappeared because I went backwards? But all I got to do to fix that is look backwards. Or, I hit the wrong button. But anyway, it's gone either way. And it's always annoyed me about how these cars in this game lose the rear end when you downshift. No, it's the cars have an insane amount of grip, Digi. Like I said, the cars are too safe. You can turn TC off in the car and drive it. I don't think so, Slick. I don't think any... I could be wrong. I haven't driven every car, but I don't... Again, I've had very, very, very little comms on this update. Whereas before, they've been a lot more, like, vocal. So, unless I found a change, I wasn't told. You know? But I knew some things to look for. Based off of playing the game, obviously. Also, that flicker, that FOV flicker that just happened, I haven't seen that in the, oh my god, in the update. I don't know, these cars drive weird to me. Go to TC1. And I know console players don't have a whole lot of choice with these cars in terms of, like, getting experience in other sims. But there is definitely some missing, like, physics in the way these cars drive right now compared to other sim titles. And you know how I feel about PMR's driving compared to other sims. This car is an example of, like, the opposite. I think every other sim is currently doing them better. And it honestly, it doesn't feel like a grip issue when I say something's missing with these cars. It doesn't feel like it's the car. It feels like it's what the car is telling me is the problem. Gotta have two hands on the wheel for this car. You know? I feel like there's just missing information, missing feedback. That's very important to the way the car is driving, you know? Oh, nope, cut in way too hard right there. Ah! Fucker. I don't think BOP has changed. I don't, from my own personal testing. I don't think any BOP differences have been implemented. And by that I mean the GT4 Porsche is still way too fast, and the Mustang GT3 is still way too slow. Straight line speed, I'm saying. That's BOP. Ah. Because I be talking shit. I mean, hey, it is what it is. You can call it talking shit, but I call it talking honesty. My frustrations are real. And it ain't just me. Yeah, Devies, what do you run for a rear wing on Daytona? Because when we were racing the other day, you came by me with some, like, what looked like 15, 20 miles an hour on the straight. I was running default, so I think it's 5.5. Haven't seen one other person talk about the game. Talk bad about the game. Okay. I don't know if that's sarcasm or not, but... I feel like it is satire. Ah, you son of a fuck stain. Last time I overshot it, that time I undercut it. I'll be honest with you, I haven't, it's been so long since I've driven these cars on this track that I just don't remember the braking zones at all. See how it naturally, whenever, even that was 4-3, and then the rear end naturally wants to snap out when you downshift? That shouldn't be a thing. That is, in fact, a problem. Not just like, I gotta learn how to drive the car. It shouldn't do that. And I can confidently say that they did fix that. That is no longer a problem. However, again, I do think the default setups are way too safe. You can't rotate the car at all because there's just no rear grip loss whatsoever. Evil. I think there's a lot of people talking about this game. It's just all negative. Let's face it. There are streams that go on for hours where people are just complaining in the comment section about the game. But, back to these cars. I think guys like Devies are going to really, really like them because the default setup, I don't think is anywhere near the potential of what the car can do from a speed standpoint. In my opinion, it's way too safe. And by safe, I mean, like, that right there, that the rear end wanted to come out. That just doesn't happen. Well, however, the downside to being too safe is it's slow. Because the front end does not turn in at all. Who's slick? My thing is I like to dish it everywhere. I complain a lot about things in sim racing, obviously. But I give it to everybody. Nobody is safe in sim racing, from my opinions. Nobody is safe. I don't give a shit who you are. I don't give a shit what your game is. When you do stupid shit, and I think it's stupid, I'm going to say it's stupid. You know, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Duck! Because, like, here's a balanced take for you that will piss off every single person in sim racing at some point. The GTs in this game. This class of cars right here. In my opinion, this is the most authentic, best driving class of cars in this game in all of sim racing that I've experienced. Every single game, this class of cars is the best. Right? Oh, you PMR glazer. You're just complimenting the game. You get good, noob. Get good, noob. Well, simultaneously, the LMDHs in the current build, I think, are the worst LMDHs in all of sim racing. In the current build. Oh, you're just a PMR hater. You're just a PMR hater. Which is it? Glazer or hater? I can't be both. Or maybe I'm calling a spade based off my own opinions. Maybe. NGTs are good too. I'm still a little butthurt about the BMW, although I haven't driven it in a long time. Maybe it's been buffed a little bit. I am a big fan. Group C. Group Cs are some of my favorite cars ever in the history of race cars. Like, not for nothing, but a 787B and a Sabre C9, I think, are the best cars from a real-life perspective in this game. They're hard to drive in this game, but I think they are definitely the best real-life cars that are in this game. These are, in my opinion, the pinnacle of race car right here. These are so much cooler than modern hypercars. So much cooler than modern hypercars. If you gave me the opportunity to drive a Sabre C9 or 787B next to a Cadillac LMDH, next to a GT3 car, or next to an F1 car, Daddy's getting in the C9. I am Daddy. I implied I was Daddy. Rotaries are the greatest engines that never were. And by that I mean they were never really given the full opportunity. I really think that if people pushed the old Wankel with some real R&D over decades of time, like real decades of time, it kept evolving with the typical piston engine, no one would be running piston engines. We wouldn't even give a shit about electric vehicles. These would be magic. These rotaries would be total fucking triangular magic. But that didn't happen. We gave up on them because they burned too much oil, which was silly. I don't understand that. Push the Wankel. Exactly. You guys know the history of the rotary, right? It was never built as an engine. That's why it's a Wankel. It was built as an air pump. And then someone said, hey, that's a really good design for an engine. I think these are pretty good in the game currently. They could use a little bit of tweaking, but for the most part, if I was straight for, I wouldn't be touching the GT class anytime soon. I don't know if the GT1 class, sorry. I don't know if the GT1 specific car was ever like BOP'd better, but either way, I think this class is really, really solid. GT class is exceptional. Incredible class. Incredible class. JP2's incredible class. Incredible class. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. GTEs, I would say don't touch them. I think most people are aligned with that. I think this is another incredible driving class. I would say leave these things alone. If you're going to change these cars or make adjustments to them, don't do it for a long time. I think I'm pretty confident everybody likes the GTEs in this game right now. GT3s obviously are the most crazy talking point. In my opinion, the way they handled in this next update is a more of a balancing point between where they were. They're a Consuelo faster by my own personal lap times, but the sliding that they do in this update, in this current build, feels more, I guess, natural would be the right way to say it. They still move around, but they move around in what feels like more of a natural state. And by the way, I did just jump on some iRacing GT3 before getting on here. Give myself a reference point. GTO is another great class, another phenomenal class of cars. Group 5, another phenomenal class of cars. 992, not my favorite, but people like them. Not my favorite, but people like them. Seems everybody likes the Falcon. No one really likes the Commodore. I don't drive them enough to really, really pick them apart. They both, to me, they drive very similarly, at least on my hardware. Maybe it's a force feedback thing for some people. But for me, I will say this car does seem like it has some get up and go laziness. Like, it seems like you have to launch this car from a dead stop very differently than the Falcon. That's the only real thing I've noticed. I don't know if they fixed it because I didn't have an issue with it. So the only way you're going to know if they fixed it is if the problems that you guys have had with it, if those are still there or not. To me, these cars drive the same, but I'm also not on console, and I'm not on Logitech or any. I am on Simagic on PC. To me, these cars drive the same outside of this car being lazier getting it going. This car does seem like it needs a bit of final drive thrown at it to make it accelerate like the Falcon. And for cars that are spec'd exactly the same, I don't know why that is. But as far as handling goes, they seem like they're about the same in my experience. But I know other people very much disagree, and there's a lot of discrepancy between the Holden and the Falcon. So as far as, you know, if they fix that or not, that's going to be up to you guys to figure it out. And GT's phenomenal class of cars. GT4's not my cup of tea, but pretty popular. Pretty competitive class. 964. I like the 964. MX-5. Good training wheels car. Good training wheels car. Good force feedback. No real complaints with it other than it's just too slow for my taste. GT70. Another great class of cars in this game. GT60. Another great class of cars in this game. It's funny. The only cars that we seem to have any point of contention about in this game are the old hypercar and our good old-fashioned GT3s. And now, I guess, for some people, the Aussie V8s. Strange. Game is dead on the water. I mean, sure, whatever. Video game. Very much right here in front of my face. Usable, so. Yes, does it need players? Sure. We can talk about that till we're blue in the face. I'm not talking about that today. I'm talking about the update, and that's it. That's all I care to talk about. I don't care to talk about negative or positive opinions about what they think the game is doing. Or I do enough of this off stream. Talking about the update and what's coming and what it feels like. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. That's all I'm covering today. I reinstalled iRacing last night. That's where I'm at. I fucking hate iRacing. Your latest update, the MX-5 got more power. Nice, nice. I'll check those out. No, there's definitely things wrong with the GT3. Are there things wrong with it that completely ruin the experience? That's I would say no. But there are definitely things that are wrong. I will say this from a positive note. I have not duplicated the tire bug yet in testing. You know, the randomly overheating scorched earth tires that come out of nowhere. I have not duplicated. I'm not saying the bug is gone, but I have not been able to reproduce it yet in the update. So we'll see what happens when it goes public and all hell breaks loose. Like I said, guys, when the update comes out, we're all going to gather around by the fire. We're going to sing Kumbaya. We're going to tell war stories of PMR past. And we're all going to have a fantastic time. Right? Right. I think you're going to like the handling of them better than you do already, Slick, honestly. I do think that they're better in the new update. I'm sure someone's going to hate them, but I think they're better. But I also thought they were better last update than the previous one, so. But the thing is about, here's the thing. It's, you guys are talking from, like, opposite ends of the spectrum. Evil implying there's massive changes, and Slick saying that there's not a whole lot of changes. But the reality is that just talking about tire model can completely change the way a car drives. Completely change the way a car drives. You don't have to do a single physics or suspension change or anything. Just changing the tires will completely change your experience. So, right there in the middle is where that information lies. You don't have to make a lot of changes to completely change the way a car drives in this game, from a code standpoint. Increase lateral and longitudinal grip on the tires. Completely different experience. Decrease it. Completely different experience. Everything else is the same. That's all it takes. So changing just a little bit of tire model, even if it's just lateral grip, can completely change the way the cars drive. They could go way too far in the direction of now they're way too safe and they're way too fast. Now they're unrealistic. And then if you take away too much grip, well, now they slide more than the real cars. So they shouldn't do that. I don't know. I'm not programming them. I just get in them and play with them. Pause. Potential pause. I don't know. Today we find out if EJ migrates to iRacing. I'm going to be on iRacing regardless, because even if I want to play PMR, regardless of the state of PMR, if I want to play it, it's too hard to just jump on and play because there's not enough people playing it. You can organize leagues, you can organize custom lobbies ahead of time, and you can get people playing the game, without a doubt. That can happen. It happens all the time. But to randomly jump on PMR and just join random people, that's like a ghost town right now in all aspects of the game. So until the game gets to a point where like, hey, I'm going to play some PMR, I'm going to jump in rank today, and there's going to be 100 people queued up for one race. Until that happens, it's really hard to just play this game, you know? I guess I'll jump in GT4s. Admittedly, I don't feel a difference. But I also, of those three classes, have driven the GT4s the absolute least. So I'm not the guy to ask about feeling changes in this class of cars. Guys that drive these cars all the time, they're going to say much better how the cars drive, you know? This car is still too fast. I'm going to have to be more of a bird in the ear again. This car still is more like a GT3 than a GT4. So, Slick, for your leagues in the GT4s, you're still going to have to outlaw this car. It's still too fast. Honestly, they need to take away the power from this car, and they need to put it in the GT3 Mustang. And then I think BOP on both classes is going to be really good. I want to use... The thing is, I want to use the Mustang in GT3. I really do. But with the Merc... The Merc and the Mustang are very, very comparable driving styles. But the Merc has more lateral grip, and it's got way more straight line power. So the Merc's existence in GT3, kind of with the current setups, kind of makes the Mustang a pointless use unless you really like the Mustang. And I really do like the Mustang, but admittedly, I like being more competitive in the Merc than I do the Mustang. I'm about a full second faster in the Merc than I am the Mustang on Sebring. Same performance, same effort, because the Mustang just does not have the... and here's the thing, I very much like the way the Mustang slides around. In fact, we're going to jump in that car right now. I very much like the way the Mustang GT3 drives in the game right now. Very much. What I don't like about it is off the pace of every other car in a straight line. So if, like, in my imagination, from my personal Mustang experience, and imagining how the street cars, the chassis is still got to be built off of an original design street car. I know it's a race car, but this design had to come from a production car. Same with the rest of them. So if the Mustang in real life street car, modified street car, translates how I would imagine it would translate into a race car, it would have a little less lateral grip, but have a little more straight line grunt. Right now, the car has less lateral grip. To me, that's right. But the straight line snot of the Mustang is where I'm like, where's the power at? Where's it at? You know? So all I would like this class to be changed with, realistically, I'm okay that the Merc and the Lambo and stuff, because it seems like almost every car in this game, or in this class, sorry, your preferred car is capable of being fast if you're good with the car and you're good with setups. The Mustang, if you're using the Mustang, you're not winning races by comparison. You can still be fast in it if you're racing other slower guys. But if you're racing the same level people, you are just at a disadvantage with this car. So as far as BOP is concerned, in my opinion, I would start by just giving the Mustang more power. The Mustang needs to be able to do what the Lambo and the Merc do in a straight line. And if it can, then I think it's then GT3 in general from a BOP specifically standpoint is in a good spot. I think if you take the GT4 Porsche, turn that thing down so it's got straight line speed like the rest of them, GT4 is in a really good spot. But none of that is tire model. None of that is handling. That is specifically BOP. You can easily test BOP on the test track. Easily. In fact, how many people we got? All right, we got 75 people watching. Let's look at that right now. I want to show you guys what I mean. Let's go to the test track, and this is what I mean by BOP testing. This is very, very super entry-level shit to do, guys. You don't have to put in any effort to do this. Turn off penalties. Nobody on track. Let's jump in GT4. So, Mustang. Would it be a huge help with tuning? Yeah, PC Project Car, I mean, yeah, there's no doubt there's definitely some regression from Project Cars 2, but that point can't be argued. But that being said, hey, as long as I'm less concerned about player base at the moment anyway, because I get that it does suck. Trust me, I agree it sucks. But I'm more concerned with the direction of the game. Because if the game is the best game to play in a year, then that means I gotta wait a year for this to be the best possible experience. I'm okay with that. But if the game never gets good, because they don't know what they're doing, they're going in the wrong direction, whatever, that's bad. Alright, so let's... The first sign. What are we going to do with my... I want to say this car does 152. So we're going to see what this car does in a straight line. So here we go. First sign. First sign. 152. All right. We just did 152 at the first sign. Let's see what this car does top speed. All right, so 162 is the highest speed I hit, right? Now let's jump in the Porsche. And this is what I mean by this car needs him. I mean, I think at this point everybody knows this car needs to be slowed down. But the weird part is that I don't know why it hasn't yet, because I feel like that would be a super, super easy thing to do. From just turn the power down. I think it's like, I want to say it's like 2 lines of code. I could be wrong. But I know Eagles does it all the time, so he can easily adjust the power of a car. Anyway, watch what this car does mile per hour wise. First sign and top speed by the wall. Oop. That limiter might slow us down a little bit. .159 versus 152. 7 miles an hour difference. Look, we've already hit past the top speed of the Mustang, and we're still going. Which went 11 miles an hour faster in a straight line. 11 miles an hour faster in a straight line. And this car hadn't topped out yet. Pretty safe to say this car is way too fast for this class. Now let's do this. I'm just curious. Let's give it all... Oh, only 1 degree. Okay. Well, let's give it max rear wing. That would be funny, Grumps. You can actually die. I'm sorry. I wouldn't be against dying in a simulator. Not actually dying, but in the game, Mike, I went 160. Look at that. We're not even slowing down. But the character, the driver of the game, can die. You can end your career mode by dying. Bro, the car's faster. I gave the car more rear downforce, and it's faster. So hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is why I constantly whinge about fixed versus setups. And everybody's like, oh, you just got to learn to set up the cars. And I'm like, yeah, but how do you know that doing the real thing from the real car affects the car like it would in real life. For example, I just gave the car more rear downforce. More rear downforce. That only does one thing to your top speed in real life. Makes it slower. You're using the atmosphere around you to force the car into the ground to have more grip, therefore slowing down your acceleration and top speed. We just added downforce, and I went faster. Straight line. That's my point. I'm sure I'll get bitched at for wanting fixed setups again, but the point is that it doesn't matter what you know in real life. If it doesn't apply correctly in the game, then who cares? You're just playing menu simulator with the game and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Anyway. But this is the current game we currently have. We're 10 minutes or so away from when we should hopefully get the update. Player damage authentic. I would love that. I really would. Game needs new circuits and increased grid size. I mean, I don't disagree, but I do disagree from a priority standpoint. This game has tons of things it needs before those two things. I do think it needs those things. But if I was the guy pointing fingers and saying, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, the cars, that's in the back. Put that in the back. The tracks, put that in the back. Yeah, I would love to have more tracks. Some of my favorite tracks are not in this game. 100%. But when every single basic mode in the game has mode breaking problems, like, okay, let's talk about Factory Driver. This particular one here, massive problem with not recording people's lap times when they break their record. That's the whole point of the mode. It's time trial, essentially. So if people are struggling to get their absolute fastest lap time recorded, that would be a game-breaking or a mode-breaking problem. Wouldn't you agree? Ranked. Alright, I can't get into it, but like, can anybody in chat confidently tell me, and I'm asking this genuinely, this is not meant to be a dig or whatever, but can anybody confidently in chat tell me how the hell the ranking system works in this game? How fast will the Porsche go on minimum wing? Good question. Find out. It might go slower, admittedly. The reality of... Now, I'm not saying this particular car this would happen to, but I can, like, suspend disbelief when I turn the wing down and go, well, maybe. Maybe now that I've completely killed rear downforce, I'm spinning tires up top, therefore achieving less top speed. That is a real thing. An absolute real thing. But again, I'm not saying that would happen with this car. I'm just saying if I had to suspend my disbelief, and let's just say this car goes slower right now, that's where my head would go. Well, maybe the tire's spinning. But, oh my god. Let's see what we do now. This car has a very weird 1-2 shift. I think the guy drives it right into the limiter no matter when you shift, though. Same. So it looks to me like the rear wing in this car just doesn't really do a whole lot of anything. Still waiting. Honestly, I'm expecting you guys to tell me. Yeah, so we didn't slow down at all. Or we didn't pick up any speed. So max rear wing versus minimum rear wing, the car drives exactly the same. The wing just doesn't work. At least in a straight line. Maybe it affects the way the car handles. But from an actual acceleration and top speed standpoint, that wing doesn't do a damn thing. But, what's going on, Texer? Needs to be right first and foremost. Just saying, yeah, I agree. I agree. By the way, good morning, Todd. I missed that. I'm just scrolling up, reading here. Front splitters in this game are fixed. They are fixed. But does anybody remember when the I think it was the C7 Z06 came out. You could get the optional, I can't remember if it was aero or downforce package. I can't remember what they marketed it as, but basically if you got the rear wing that heavily increased downforce, the car lost like 15 miles an hour top speed with just the rear wing. That's how much downforce hurt the car. Let's do some quick, what we got? We got possibly 7 minutes. I'm waiting for the notification from, honestly, Discord. I'm being completely honest with you. I'm waiting for the Discord announcement that the update's out so I can update. That's what I'm doing. Here's the thing, Todd. I think it's currently worth it to have it installed on my experience. So I don't know. I can tell you bugs that I know have been fixed, at least on my end that I've experienced. Small bugs, because I can't test any of the big bugs. The biggest bug that I was able to test, and I couldn't duplicate or replicate, whatever, would be the tire glitch, where they would massively overheat and just go nuclear, where the temperature would just keep skyrocketing and the car had lost all of its grip. That doesn't seem like that's a thing anymore, which is good. That, I think, was one of the bigger bugs that came with this update. I think I was told the flag bug is gone, the Afghan flag. I think that'll be gone. I can't test that because that requires online gridding, and I can't test anything online until the update goes live. Tire bug definitely got you last night. Yeah, it's definitely the thing is that when it happens, your grip turns off, and that's why it's like it is a big bug. Even if it never happens and then only happens to you one time once, it just ends you. So. Again, though, we're going to find out, though, today if the bug is actually gone or I just couldn't make it happen on my end. Because it's possible. It's quite possible it's still there, and I just couldn't get it. If they don't fix this game, well, I can almost tell you that whatever your problem with the game probably is, it's probably not going to be fixed. I don't know what your exact issue with it is, but I can tell you that if you're able to refund it, then you haven't put any real time in it anyway. That's the reality of sim racing, guys. If you want to really flush the game out and play the game and see what the game's about, you can't refund it. You only get 2 hours. I have almost 900 on Steam alone, and I haven't touched half the cars in the game, you know? Mind you, a lot of my time is probably sitting here in this menu right now talking to you guys. I have no idea, V6 Burnout. I have absolutely no idea. I don't have an Xbox, and I don't have patch notes. I can't test that, and I can't read about it, so I have no idea. We should be getting an update here in 5 minutes or so. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Let's do some laps in this. Quickly, just going to turn the fuel down. We want to keep everything apples to apples. So I believe that this thing... What setups are these? These are part of the game, right? Either way, let's load default. Now let's turn fuel, which it already was default, but just confirming. All right, do 5 gallons of fuel, and that's it. That's it. You're 12 hours in, then you can't get a refund. Those are called empty threats, Dimitri. Threatening to do something you can't do. That's assuming you're on Steam. You only get 2 hours. It's all good. I'm just letting you know. Alright. I don't really refund games unless they're super, super, super horrible. One thing I can't... I know it's very, 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 what you're using and stuff hardware-wise. But, like, I just do not have force feedback problems with this game, man. This force feedback is great. I fully agree that the car slides a lot. But the force feedback, for me, anyway, I know Logitech guys seem to be having some issues, but I just... It's so hard when someone tells me the force feedback of the game is dick. And I'm like, I can't feel this dick you speak of, sir. Orange Mustang looks the shit. Looks like shit or looks like it's the shit? Because it's just the Boss 302 livery from the car that I actually had, so. They don't make a Boss 302 in this specific model. But the S197 they did. Alright, it's 10 o'clock. Did we get any, comms? Man, I've been driving the Merc way too much lately. I am used to the Merc's grip, not the Mustang slide. You're on Xbox? Well, I don't know what Xbox's refund policies are. I know what PlayStation's are. And I know what Steam's are. 5 out of 5 stars. Yeah, they'll probably announce it first in Discord. That's their main thing. Which never mind. Not even worth saying. Live. Sora says live. Sora, you got the flak jacket on? Because it's about to go down. I just want to turn this lap quick. We got patch notes yet? Are those live yet, Sora? Because I still don't know what those look like. Lay shrug. Oh, God. That should be second gear. Lost way too much right there. Patch notes on the website confirmed. All right. Let's turn this lap. And we'll jump over. God, the Merc is just so much better than this car right now. Question is, will Sora survive the day? I'm curious. I'm most curious about what it's like on PlayStation. 2038, nothing special. I can go high 202 with this car as like my best in the default setup the way I just ran it. It's a very, very challenging car to drive, which I like about it, but it doesn't. It's not competitive because of its straight line power or lack thereof. All right, trigger me update. There we go. All right. Beasts. All right, updates up. Let's real quick, because you know, modern gaming and all that. Shader cache, delete. All right, let's get her booted up. Be hopping on shortly. Nice. I'm actually going to get my PlayStation booted up to update that. On PS5. I'll be very curious too, guys. PS5 users, what if night lighting was adjusted or not yet? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. I know it's different on PC than it was on console last update. But I don't know if like they applied that to console or it's still the same. But as you can see, 2.2000000000000. All right. Let's look at patch notes quick. Because I haven't read these yet, so this is actually the first time in a while that I'm reading patch notes blind. New update is now available for Project Motor Racing. Version 2.2 for Project Motor Racing is now live, bringing a major first stage rework of the LMDH class alongside a wide range of stability improvements, bug fixes, and further development of VR and triple screen support. Okay, well, this is all the stuff they said, so we're going to see if the words meet the soup? Concrete? I don't fucking know. I'm making shit up now. Primary focus of version 2.2 is stability and refinement, with fixes, improvements across multiple areas of the sim. VR and triple screen support also take an important step forward, which is good because, I know this doesn't affect console players at all, and they don't care, and I get it. But there is a large amount of people that this is a make or break for them if VR and triple screens work. It's huge in sim racing, guys. It really is huge, but it's just irrelevant on the console space. So I get why console players are like, that's not a big deal. It is, though. It is. Previously, both features required specific command line instructions. Yep, now they're native in the game. Yep, with version 2.2, that is no longer necessary. Both features are now moved into beta and are available by default, which they are. That I was able to obviously see. That's in the menu. The headline change, however, is the extensive reworks of the LMDH class. LMDH class rework introduces first major iteration of our wider LMDH overhaul, laying the technical foundation for further development of the class and future updates. Virtually every major area of these cars have received attention, with changes designed to significantly improve how they behave, respond, and communicate with the driver on track. I'm very curious how people like these cars. I definitely like them better, but like I said, I think they're safe right now. I think they're a little too safe in default configuration. That work includes revisions to the internal combustion engine, ICE, motor generator unit, MGU regeneration, and brake-by-wire behavior, power delivery, aerodynamics, tire behavior, suspension, chassis dynamics, and more. This is the first step. Rather than the final destination, but it represents a substantial change the way the LMDH car is driven, and provides the foundation for further car-specific refinement. Deep dive blog here. Now, I'll say that for you guys. VR and triple screens have continued to evolve. Until now, both features were hidden. Yep. Now progress to beta. Players PC no longer. Yup. Hopefully the running of them is better. because there were a lot of problems with using them before. So hopefully it's not just the command line change that makes them not in alpha stage. Hopefully it's better than it was before. Physics and handling, class specific. LMDH class has received extensive rework. Meanwhile, the GT3 class receives some bug fixes and general improvements. Okay. So that means they probably fixed the tire bug issue. They do drive differently, though. And they didn't mention anything about GT4. So I was right in saying that I couldn't feel any difference in GT4, and it wasn't just the fact that I don't drive them very often. So it seems like GT4s are the same. LMDH, the anti-lock brakes and the ABS assist now works in both safe and full regen modes and amount of regeneration from the electric motors, MGU. Improved inertia for the ICE. Improved throttle response for ICE. Improved engine braking for ICE. That one definitely works. Improved steady throttle response when driving. Elimination of oscillations when driving with some still present at idle. That's fine. As long as you don't want to rip your fucking arms off. For ICE. Brake-by-wire functionality improved. MGU regeneration, speed, downforce, and brake bias. Changes in real time to accommodate the changes, real rules, and feature simulation. Also compatible with anti-lock brakes. MGU generation now varies with speed according to downforce to avoid strange lockups at the rear of front axle. Got it. Let's see. MGU generation now varies with lateral G-forces. Internal de-ice power delivery respects balance of power limitations as per real-world regulations throughout the rev range and attempts to do that smoothly. A lot of words here, boys. New tire model with 3 compounds that vary mainly in internal heat generation and pressure. Okay. I actually found before, maybe this was just me, there was no reason to not run softs. I couldn't kill softs in the LMDHs. I always ran softs. So hopefully now there's a reason to run mediums over softs. Grip variations are minimal and are mainly intended for different ambient and track temperatures. New aero model with high pitch sensitivity respect the 4-to-1 efficiency rulebook limitations. Low ride height stalling, vertical fin, yaw influence. Improved chassis and suspension model. I feel like that should be at the top. That's a very vague one. Improved center of gravity, inertia, suspension geometry, and set of limitations or set of limits. New default setups available. New defaults for traction control now at 6. That was there before. New default for anti-lock. I'm confused on that. That must be if you run it in non-assist or assisted mode, forced on, because it doesn't have ABS according to. Yeah, I don't know what that is. GT3. Fix an issue that would cause tire temperatures to rise when cars were still. There you go. There's your tire bug. That would also happen not necessarily just. Well, I mean, it was the same bug, but it would happen also when still. Fix an issue with cars in this class having 2 reverse gears. This was in no way game breaking or affecting, but it needed to be fixed because it was just an embarrassing bug. Like, why is this a thing? You know, has no effect on the game, but it's there. Fixed, yay. Fix an issue with heavily overheated tires becoming super soft and slippery. Good. I feel like the 2 tire bugs are one and the same. They're related. Improve feel of grip for slicks and rain tires. Hopefully rain tires got nerfed in terms of speed. Reduce dry grip levels for wet tires. There we go. Improve rolling resistance effects on puddles and deep water. Wet tires will react much quicker in overheat and dry conditions. Good! That was a big miss. Changed wet tire surface footprint and wide sidewalls to be softer. Improved stability and less yaw rotation on throttle. Improved tire heat generation, causing less overheat conditions. Improved tire surface rigidity on higher temperatures. Improved tire heat relation to on ambient and track conditions. See, all these changes could mean a completely different driving car slick. And it's just changes to the tire. Improve how the clear coat works on metallic liveries and with stickers. Uh-oh. I hope this didn't rework the livery I just had reworked. Because a lot of liveries got changed from gloss to matte that were previous. So I hope it doesn't revert back now. What do you mean the list is embarrassing, Todd? Improved scratches on glass materials. Various smaller fixes on numerous cars. That's art and art environment. Circuit spa, general, improved general levels of grip Oh, that's... What? Art. Environment. Improved general levels of grip. Okay. Adjusted lines for pit exit section. Okay. AI opponents. Improve pit strategy behavior so the AI opponents pit on the next opportunity. Fix an issue preventing AI opponents from overtaking slower cars in multi-class races. Improve behavior of blue and yellow flag conditions. Improve behavior for qualifying sessions where AI now do multiple short stints with appropriate fuel levels. Improve behavior and pace for San Marino. This is what I mean by it's not in the patch notes. The GT3 AI has been rebalanced to match the player car, but it's not in the patch notes. There's always something missing. Anyway, moving on. Online, added filter options to display lobbies with joinable sessions. In the event that a player jump starts and hits another player, the offending player gets disqualified. Wasn't that always a thing, though? I know if you got hit, you could get disqualified. Well, guess we'll find out when it happens. Fix an issue in factory driver where lap times would not get submitted after entering the pits. Okay, that's good. I don't know if that fixes the generalized variant of that, but that's good. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it's the same bug. If you don't count the first 1.0, yeah. Remove pop-up dialog box in factory driver mode that would appear after completing a valid lap. Introduced a time remaining countdown for the challenges in factory driver mode. Got it. Gameplay. Fix an issue with the replay display area on ultra-wide monitors. Fix an issue with the controller button mapping causing input conflicts. Fix an issue preventing backfire from displaying properly during replays. Fix an issue with the shortcut at Nürburgring 24-hour layout breaking delta times. That's good. These are important things. HUD and UI. Fix an issue with a tire widget not displaying the correct tire compound after a pit stop. That's good because you never could tell with that bug if it was actually on different tires or if it was just the widgets reporting the wrong tire. Hopefully, that checks that box. Fix an issue with button inputs during menu transitions. I don't know what that is. Fix an issue with the Digidash text overlapping during overtime. Fix an issue with preventing session flags from resetting. Fix an issue where measurement units not updating properly in the pits strategy menu. Fixed various minor bugs to improve menu flow navigation. Hopefully that includes like menu crashing from like on like a PS5 and stuff, because that's a big thing. Audio. Enhanced road and wind effects at high speed in all cars. This effect is most noticeable in open cockpit cars. That's cool. I'll take that. Probably already know, but I'll take it. I won't complain about any time they buff the audio, as long as it's good. Career mode. Fix an issue with the filters showing cars that player cannot afford. Fix an issue where the player car not retaining damage when retiring from an event. Beta state features, both VR... We know about that. Further general... Okay, here we go. This is for the PC guys that are into this. I'm going to read it anyway. Console guys, I know you don't care. VR. Further general stability improvements. Updated default cockpit camera position for better VR optimization. Resetting to default values is recommended. Improved reflections in rearview mirrors. That was a big one. We'll see what that looks like. A lot of the rearview mirrors were just black. So we'll see if that's fixed. Triple screen. Further improvements to shadow rendering. Further general stability improvements. That's good. That's good. And that looks like the end of it. All right, so let's get into it. I doubt they fixed the NVIDIA bug. I feel like they would tell me about that because I've been adamant about that. Very adamant about that bug. But that only applies to people on PC with an NVIDIA driver or NVIDIA GPU. All right, so I drove the Merc before. Let's get back in the Merc and let's race the AI. I really like the Iron Lynx livery. So remember, I saved the screenshot from the last time we did this with their lap times. We're going to run this race now. We're going to see how we do. I think I got the farthest down the grid I got was to 22nd, and then the AI started passing me again. So I will say I still think the AI is like extremely slow at the starting grid. I think that can be improved on. So this is the same setup. Bump the final drive, the max, drop the fuel. For sure, PC of 5070 Ti. Nice, nice. All right. So I do believe I'm going to pass a lot of these cars right here. Because they're all slow off the grid. Start. Oh my god! Thought I cleared that wall. Guess not. First lap AI is still rough. The walls work, yeah. So what you're going to see is I'm passing a lot. I'm already in 13th. I'm going to pass a lot of the AI right off the rip. But then we're going to get into lap 2, and you're going to all of a sudden find that I actually have to battle. And it's not just passing the AI. I don't know why that is. That's been the thing in this game since day one. The AI is just slow in lap 1. And then they... I actually am not complaining about that. I just wasn't expecting it. That's good. That's good. That felt... I went into that turn way too hot and heavy. And I lost the rear end. We're going to start that over. And that is a thing, too, MJ Fox. I do agree. I don't know why it's a thing, but it is... it's not just a PMR thing. When we're talking about the lap 1 AI being bad. It's like that in... It's a thing in many... Exactly. AI takes a lap or so to get up to pace. It's so weird. I don't know why that's a thing. Let's go to TC4. Because 3 was... we lost the car. Like AMS2, Race Room... Turn 1, the AI parks. I don't know why. I like braking feel now. You want to know why? You start to lose force feedback. The wheel gets loose. That wasn't really a thing in this game before. At least, not compared to other sims. That's a good point, Rob. Oh my god. Car feels pretty balanced at TC4. TC3, you gotta do a little more driving, which is fine. Some people will definitely like that. TC6 is too much. See, like right there, it saved me. Well, last time I spun out. TC6 is too aggressive. Just pulls power out of it too much. TC3 is definitely more driver's car. And obviously lower is only going to scale more. As a parade lap, yeah, I could. I could pace them a bit more. Like, look, I'm already in laps on... but now you're going to find, though, that the rest of the grid, especially the number 1 guy, is going to be a bit of a challenge. This car feels really good. This car feels really good right now. Definitely better than the previous build. Oh boy. Understeer from braking. It's a thing. Oh, there was a flicker. Flicker was still there. That was the first time I saw it. The first lap, they do that a lot. Grumps. But as far as the later laps, look at all the signs taken out. That's all from the AI. do gotta drive the Mustang next, but this Merc feels awesome. Merc feels really... If you're a Merc... Oh, shit, I fucked it. Oh, thanks for the extra brakes. But notice how they're getting more challenging, and the only thing that's happened is we're in the second half of lap 2. Pay attention to Sally in first place. To their, what do you call it? I want to... my brain wants to say deficit right now. Relative, there we go. Pay attention to the relative with player 1. I very much like the way the Merc feels. On my hardware, I know Logitech guys, I don't know if from what I've seen, I don't think the Logitech stuff's going to be fixed. So we just did 2010, so we're clearly faster. Because the car is more stable, more predictable, it makes more sense, honestly. BOP has not changed. I did test straight line for straight line. This car is no faster in a straight line than it was in 2.1. But it's just, I think this particular, maybe I'm wrong, I can't really fully predict people's brains, but dummies, does it actually work? Or is it black? Because I know that was a big complaint before from the VR users, was the black mirrors. I think that all the people, like, you know how the GT3s were a massive point of contention, where they liked it better in 2.0, and then they liked it more in 2.1. I think this is like, I have the feeling this car has the potential to please both sides of that debate. Because it really feels like, I don't want to say a happy medium. I just think that the cars still slide more than 2.0, but the slide feels natural, which I think is what matters, you know? Whereas in 2.1, it felt like there was some sliding happening that was a little bit forced, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, there's going to be some other sim racers out there that say this car's got way too much grip, this thing's a piece of shit, this is an arcade game, I hope everybody at the studio dies, blah, 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 you know. This is 100% AI, yeah. Like I said, they got scaled back to the player car. They might have to, I mean, it depends. They might have to bump them up a little bit, because I did pass them already. I think the thing is that, now maybe I'm wrong here, but I think what might have happened was they scaled the AI back to the previous player car, but then after the tire model changes, the player car might now be faster than the AI car altogether. That was way too early. Oh! Let's see like that. That was natural grip loss. That's what I like. That's good. I lost all my time because I suck. That's good though that the mirrors are, How did I change the liveries on the AI? I didn't. As long as you install the liveries, it just randomly selects liveries. So if you have the liveries installed from the mod hub, the AI will just randomly pick liveries. So that's the game just being the game. I didn't do that. Look at though, Rufus is catching up. Rufus is catching up. So my potential best was 159.9. Lost a whole bunch of time that lap.
One more lap to go. Keep pushing hard, mate. Let's take this win.
Believe it or not, I just got off iRacing before this. These cars actually drive very similar to the iRacing cars. The only thing that they are, I would say, if you're going to directly compare, not to realism, but to iRacing to PMR, going past peak grip is still much more forgiving in PMR. I personally think that forgiveness is more realistic. Oh shit, oh shit. But the generalized handling and the way the car feels right now, iRacing and PMR feel very, very similar. Very similar. I fucked it. I got it. One thing I will say that's going to take some adjustment is the braking.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
I wouldn't say it gets a speed boost. The AI just gets a little bit quicker each lap, it seems. They get more, like, refined. I'd say it would be adaptive AI, but it's not adaptive AI because you can start a race and then immediately retire and let the AI just make laps and they'll get faster every lap. So, it's not adaptive. It's not adapting to you at all. They're just getting faster every lap. So, like, for example, there you go. There's your lap times. Look at the AI lap times now. Look at the AI lap times. Much more in line with previous player car. And these two AI here are faster, who actually put up faster laps than me. They were just behind me when they did it. You know? So I'm not saying this AI is scaled perfect, but this makes it so that the average player who does try to play this game and like actually puts time in and wants, because that's what I am, it is possible for you to beat the AI now. Whereas previously, it was just straight up impossible to beat the GT3 AI. So it can be done now. So that the AI has changed. Again, this was not in the patch notes. So just know that the GT3 AI has been scaled back to be more comparable to player car. It's possible, Grumps, but then again, that was also a different build, so it's quite possible. But like, look at these two cars. These two particular cars are like almost. The good thing is that the slowest one is this 205. He's just a slow guy here. For the most part, we're chilling 202 to 203 on just about every car. Couple slow guys and then two fast guys. So this guy went real fast. This BMW behind me. Now I want to try the Mustang out quick. My liveries are still fine and intact here. Let me check, what other livery was it? BMW? Yeah, it's still matte. Alright, so that didn't affect the liveries. After this, guys, I think I'm going to jump in an LMDH, do some quick testing, and then I'm going to do some lobby stuff, if you guys are interested, for anybody who's around. Anybody interested in lobbies? Also, since I got enough of you, like and subscribe. I know, cringy, right? Having to say that shit. What are we, bruh, and Dimitri? Dimitri. I want to say your name like that from now on. Dimitri. Right? Alright, let's see how the Mustang drives by comparison to the
Track temps lower than the last session, so you're going to have less grip out there at first, but the track will come to you.
The last time I tested this, by the way, I couldn't win first place in 5 laps because I couldn't. The car was just slow enough compared to the Merc, where I couldn't get in front of the first place guy before they started getting a little bit too fast for me in the car. So I think I came in like 2nd or 3rd place out of 5. Whoa, whoa! We got guys dying. We got guys dying. I gotta say this is one thing that is specific to PMR that I actually like. When they crash, they fucking crash. They don't just like drift off the track. They like will die. That's like, it looks like Forza. But the thing with Forza, what makes Forza so bad is they do it the whole friggin' time. The whole time. Yeah, Mustang is way, way better. Way more gripped up. Oh, shit! Yeah, exactly, Digi. AMS2 with the AI. I'm just gonna bump draft the whole time.
No, he didn't slam you, he didn't bump you, he didn't nudge you, he rubbed you. And rubbing, son, is racing.
Yeah, the Mustang lateral grip has vastly improved. Vastly improved. It's still a pooch in a straight line. That oversteer, I'm cool with it. That's a Mustang. I'm cool with that. The day a Mustang can't oversteer is the day a Mustang is no longer a Mustang. I could be wrong, but I do think people are going to like these GT3s. Boris has found, from the looks of it, that the mid-engine GT3 got a big grip boost over... Well, I mean, is he testing the Audi? Because I know he's done a lot of coverage in the Audi, so if he's referring to the Audi was like the hardest car to drive in GT3. So if he's testing the Audi, then it's quite possible that car got a lot of a buff, because that car was... I don't want to say wrong, but it wasn't right.
Who is your daddy?
You know?
And what does he
So
do?
is he testing the Audi? Ah, you're at work. Work will get you. Audi and Lambo. Lambo already felt pretty friggin' spectacular. Ah, I did it again! That's okay, though. I like that. Let's test the tires. All right, they're cooling back down. We're good. We're good. Tires are cooling back down. Before, right there, from a slide like that, they would just start going nuclear. But I like that I can oversteer and spin out of control. Because there is a spot there where you can save that. But you can't save it the whole time. So far from a driving... All I've done is test driving GT3s. But yes. So far, so good. The tires got fixed so far. I couldn't... So here's the thing, Digi. Prior to the update, I couldn't duplicate the tire bug. I'm hoping it is fully gone because I haven't duplicated it yet right there. My tires didn't overheat. That car feels really good. Here's what I can say. Right now, at least the GT3s that I found, they're good. AI seems balanced enough to where, like, if you get to a good enough pace, you can beat them. This is good. This is just... Is it the best? Should it never be addressed ever again? I'm not saying that. But okay, back to the back burner. Back burner, please. You know, my opinion. I'm having a good experience. Now they do have to fix, in my opinion, someone who drives these cars, say with maybe a Logitech on PS5, might not like it because of the way the force feedback feels. That's quite possible. But that's not the cars. I can tell you from what I just felt right now, and what it felt like on my wheel, that felt fantastic. Simagic, PC, GT3, both cars I drove right there felt fucking awesome. Please don't touch them. Please don't touch them. We're in a good place. Obviously, other people have to... There might be independent issues that would have to get addressed. Certain wheelbases, certain game systems. I'm not saying my experience is going to be blanketed across everybody else's. But I'm just telling you, on PC, with my wheelbase, that felt fantastic. So, in this particular scenario, with my wheelbase and this PC, in that particular scenario, don't touch them. Don't touch them. We're good. We're good. Okay? Bug fixes. Features. Order of operations. Either way, that felt good. I like the way the GT3s drive right now. I'm sorry. I am going to test drive the Audi quick. The Audi was super hard to drive before. Like I said, it felt like broken before. Like it was like by broken, I mean like you could drive it, but the second you would push the pace like you would in any of the other GT3s, you would constantly crash, constantly, and it was the only car that was like that. I mean, yeah. The thing about that, Digi, is that the G923 will never feel great once you've experienced the DD. Once you experience any direct drive wheel of even a small, lightweight one, 5 Newton meter, you'll never be able to go back to the cog shit. You can't do it. It's impossible. Like, I remember I got a G923 for my mobile rig first. And I can tell you that having my Simagic and then going back to a G920, or G923 technically, on my PlayStation, on PC, GT7, PMR, ACC, I couldn't feel a lick of fucking difference in force feedback. It all felt like nothing and just a bunch of cog-driven noise. Now, direct drive, my RS50, completely different conversation. But G923, it all feels the same to me. Maybe it's because I'm coming from the direct drive stuff, but it all feels the same. Alright, let's see if we can get this car to crash. This car had massive lift-off oversteer issues before. So far, so good. Yes, AJ. They did fix the tires. The GT3s feel really good right now. I did completely lose control of the Mustang and slide, and the tires did not do anything crazy. We're looking good so far. Oh boy, I just gotta learn how to drive. That part is always bad. I don't know how to drive. This, to me, feels like... Maybe I'm being too positive right now. Maybe I'm in a bit of a honeymooning type reaction here because I'm enjoying myself. But, so back at the expo, Aris said to me directly, sometimes you have to break things to make them better. And this very much feels like the improvements or the changes, I should say, that he made to the GT3s and 2.1 were improvements, but also broke a lot of shit in the tires. Because right now, this feels like that second half of that statement. Sometimes you gotta break it to make things better. Of the 3 versions of the GT3s we've had so far, 2.0, 2.1, and 2.2, chronological order right there, this, to me, on my shit, objectively feels the best by, like, a lot. 6 pound, 8 ounce. Sweet baby Jesus. You're not first, you're last. Oh! Yeah, so I'd say they fixed this car for sure. Because, like, right there, the way I just did that, sloppy as shit, this car would have completely killed itself. Now, I want to say Kielami was really flushing out the problems. I love the braking now. I love the braking now. It's harder. Because you can't just stay on the brakes. You gotta roll off of them to be able to rotate the car. If you stay on the brakes, you'll push it off track. Look, I'm holding the brakes right now, right? As soon as I come off the brake, it turns in. I love that. Let's watch. I'll show it again. You'll see it directly happen. Watch. Brakes, 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 off brakes. As soon as I come off the brake, it turns in. Because it's, even though the car has ABS, guys, in real life, ABS cars still understeer heavily when you're forcing the brakes down. It's not like ABS just makes the car work like you're not on the brakes. It just prevents a full lockup. Oh, Digi, I'm sure everyone that doesn't. Like, notice how I did that? As soon as the game updated, I deleted the shaders. Start over. Like, here's the thing. You shouldn't have to do that. You should not have to do that. But it's been talked about so much in the 9 months of this game's existence on PC that if you're on PC and have any level of time in this game, that's like standard practice. But I agree, you just shouldn't have to do that. But it takes me 15 seconds to do in total, so I really can't complain about that step. I'm substantially faster with the Merc so far. I'm also driving this car like a bag of ass. Yeah, blew it. That's fine. That's fine. So I would say they fixed that car, and its oversteer issues. But again, we got a bug hunt, boys. So here's the thing. Hold on. We're gonna jump into LMDH to do a 1 or 2 laps. I'm gonna let you guys pick that apart. Okay. I'm just gonna do this now, and then we're gonna jump into some online racing because. We got a bug hunt. We got a bug hunt, boys. We got a bug hunt. Actually, I'm actually going to update this video too. Title's updated to bug hunting as well. All right, vehicle setup. Softs. I don't believe I have a setup. Nope. I deleted all my setups. So. Also, I think we got an FOV, a default FOV adjustment as well. Oh my God. So far, so good, Harry. Yeah, these are way better now. They really are. They're a bit too safe. Like, this is what I mean by they're too safe. I just turned it down to TC1. Does it feel any different? No, but it feels great. But it felt great before the update for me. The cars feel a lot better now. I'm telling you, I think the force feedback discrepancies with this game right now are very, very, very specific to hardware. Some hardware it doesn't work well on, some it does. Because, like, the way that felt was awesome. These feel way better on force feedback now. So this is what I mean, though. Watch. TC off. I just turned TC off completely on this car. This is what I mean by it's too safe. Look at that. We didn't snap oversteer and kill ourselves because we downshifted. They fixed that on these. That's good. I hated that about these cars. You know, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. With the BMW is here. I talking about the LMDH. He might be pushing it harder too. But here's what I can say. Hear me out. Hear me out. I've seen a lot of things on the internet said about Straight Force Studios and like shit that shouldn't be even public information, but how like losing physics developers, things like that. Well, here's what I can say. This LMDH struggled with the same problems for 9 months. And the person or peoples that were responsible for this car may or may not have left for everything I've read on the internet. And someone else took over for these cars. And now all of those problems are gone. See where I'm going with this? I don't know some of these guys from a goddamn hole in the wall. But as a company man, you would think that sometimes you have employees. I'm not saying that's the case for the person or persons that were working on this thing, but if they continue to make the same constant mistakes, preventing improvement, do you see again where I'm going with this? There's a reason why my self-employment, I am a sole proprietor. My mistakes are my mistakes. I don't have to rely on somebody else making mistakes in my name. Understand? Now, again, I don't know internally, and I don't care what may or may not have been going on. But if everything I've read publicly is true, and that person or people are gone, and now someone or more people, different people, are working on this car, and now inside of one update on this car, a bunch of the problems that plagued this car for 9 months are just gone. Now maybe all of these problems were fixed by that person or people, and then the person who took over is getting all of the current credit. I don't know, but what I know is I'm just outside looking in, and that's what I'm seeing. I won't hire anybody to work for me in my business specifically because everybody sucks. The old expression, good work is hard to find, or good help is hard to find. You think that's any different in video games? You know, say what you want about Aris, but I do think Aris is talent. Aris has some real-world driving experience. He's a programmer, and he's a physics guy. Hate the way he acts. Hate the way sometimes he might regress something in a game. But everything I've learned about the guy and what I've seen tells me he knows what the fuck he's doing. So if you've never made a video game before, I don't think you should pass judgment on the guy. That's all I'm saying. Does it feel better when at speed? talking turns off. Speed talking. I don't know what you mean by that, Grumps. I know, John. I was being intentionally very vague. Because I don't really believe too much in thrashing people's personal lives over a goddamn video game. But this car drives way better. In my opinion, it is too safe. But as long as it's the default setup is erring on the side of safety, and you can get speed out of them and make them more dangerous, that's okay with me. That's okay with me. Whoa, I just fucked that up. Hold on. My mouse just fucked up. Hang on. Hang on. Alright, we're good. Try to move my mouse off screen and So, for anybody VR. Oh, wrong button. Why am I fucking this up so much? And why I say I think it'll get people playing. Yeah, exactly. Like my TC is off right now. Have you paid? I don't know if you guys have paid attention to that. My TC is off. I haven't lost the rear end of this car yet. Let's push it hard. See what I'm saying? This is what I mean by safe. There's no TC. Even downshift to first. Now, let's do this. Restart. Just so I can prove to you guys, though, that there is setup changes that will change a lot of this. Let's just kill the rear wing. Make this thing have max top speed. Minimal downforce, max top speed. Let's experience the same thing. PC, I'll turn it on 1 for launching. And we'll see how the car drives. They did. Wet tires are fixed. I mean, I haven't tested them, but they said they're fixed. I'm sure everybody's going to test that and figure that shit out. See what happened there? Now with TC on, I can't push anywhere near, even though it's only TC1, let's turn TC off. So my point, though, is that just removing the rear downforce on the wing. See the difference? That's what I mean by the default setup is very safe. All I did was take the downforce out of the rear wing. And now the car is wanting to kill itself. Mind you, TC is off, so go in a second. See my point? I haven't hit the brakes yet. Now I did. See my point? All that is the rear wing. So that's what I mean by the default setup in this car right now is very safe. And setups. But I don't think it's like some physics issue or some shit where like, oh, the car can't lose rear grip. No, it very much can lose rear grip. But the way it's set up by default, it's hard to lose rear grip. You know? So now, I don't even want to know what this would be like. This just feels almost pointless. Maybe on some tracks, I suppose, but if 5.5, I can't break grip even with TC. You can, you just have to drive like an asshole. Try splitting the difference. Nightlight fix, yeah. Well, I'm one step at a time, you know. It's all right on PC, but on console, it's I mean, then again, I guess I could check that. Has anybody tested on PS5 yet to see if the Nighttime got a buff. Yes. So I feel the TC saving the snap out right there. Let's go. TC1. TC1 is what I would run it on if I was actually driving this car in default trim. I doubt it. I doubt it. I would ignore all those setups. Badly. I'll be honest with you. I didn't like any of them. I did not like any of the setups in Mod Hub. Good. Good. I'm glad that happened. I'm glad that happened. TC1 took a couple degrees out of the wing. We lost the rear end right there. Good. I want to make sure the car's not broken. We didn't lose it nearly as bad as Zero Wing, but we did lose it. I think people are going to have a lot of fun with setting these cars up now, which is good. Here, this is the reality of, like, this is at least my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong and people will disagree. In fact, I'm sure there's going to be at least, 500,000 people that disagree with me, even though 20 people play the game. But in my opinion, with these cars in particular, these cars are like, at least in a lot of sim racing, are like where you go when you are the most hardcore sim racer, is in the hypers, right? Because they're very complex. The hypers are very complex. So in my opinion, what this feels like here, so far that I've experienced, is that default, they are very, 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 very safe. But slow. You want to start getting faster, there's room to get these cars faster. For the user, that's the hardcore. But the cars are going to get harder to drive and less welcoming in that regard. In my opinion, that's the way it should be. The default should be safer, but slower. You don't just want to, like, keep everybody... They want to get in the car and they crash in turn 1 every time and they can't figure it out. They got to set up a car so they can make it through turn 1 and solo. No, you don't want that. Now, you also don't want the car to be the fastest possible it can go in its default setup. You don't want safe and fast. That's just not fun. Because now you got an arcade game. So, in my opinion, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of other people that test these out. I think, though, that if you are an LMDH fan, you should definitely start with these cars. You should jump into these cars and mess around with them. This one update on these cars fixed a lot of the complaints I've had with these cars in about 9 months. Which, again, I'm not giving Aris all of the credit because I know he took over on these cars. I don't know if these fixes are all directly from him or these changes were implemented prior and he took over. But I can say that in the previous 8.5 months of this game's existence, there have been problems with this car that I'm like, why is this still a problem? Why, when I downshift on a seamlessly downshifting auto blip vehicle, because anytime I downshift with any slight level of fucking turn, does the rear end snap out? It's the only sim where these cars do that. And in real life, in my experience with seamless downshifting, on bikes and all that stuff, you do not feel it at all in the chassis when you downshift. It is such a smooth operation. So there's no way that downshift should be upsetting the chassis that hard. And now all of a sudden it doesn't do it anymore. With one update. Now, like I said, I don't know if it's Aris. I know he took over. But all I'm saying is, man's got a hard job. Leave him the fuck alone. Bugs, give Straight 4 all the fucking headache about bugs you possibly can. That much I agree with. I shouldn't say all the headaches. They do need to go to sleep. Well, Aris only recently started working on these cars, John. That's the thing. Well, my point, though, is that these cars have been problematic the whole time until very recently when Aris took over. And I just don't know if Aris... Yes, we're doing that now. Sorry. I know I'm rambling. I apologize. But my point, though, is that I don't know if it was the previous guy who implemented these changes and then Aris is just taking credit because he took over, or Aris is the one that made these changes. But either way, the cars are better, and that really is all that should matter. Here's the thing with that, Duchess. Grain of salt, both sides of that. Grain of salt, both sides of that. I don't think Austin is a dumb person by any means. But there's no doubt he's carrying some contention. He's an ex-employee. I don't know anybody who only talks positively about a job that they had just left or were fired from or quit or whatever, and it left in a bad taste in their mouth that talks about them positively. They have a bias to be outspoken against them. That's just employment in general. That's just not the way the world is. All right, let's get a lobby going here. I'm not saying ignore the guy, but I'm just saying grain of salt. He's brought up a lot of good points. A lot of things I agree with. That's what I'm saying. Don't ignore the guy. You shouldn't flat out ignore everybody. Ever. But if one person is saying this and the other person is saying this and they're opposite opinions, as they say, the truth is somewhere in the middle. That's all I'm saying. That is the rule of life. Not straightforward. That is the rule of life. Well, we might as well jump in GT3s and multi-class LMDH. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing, boys. It's my first time playing the game. Merc feels good right now, boys. Merc feels like a weapon. So does the Mustang, honestly. The Mustang just needs straight line power. The Mustang is too soft in a straight line. I'm going to yell at Aris until that changes. Yell at him. Bark in his ear. Give the Mustang 20 more horsepower. Give the Mustang 20 more horsepower. Now we're going to do multi-class. It's a blue chew. It doesn't need much. It's not like I want it to be the fastest car. It just needs to be able to compete. And if your bottom line is this, if you're good with a front engine, rear wheel drive car, the Merc is hands down way better car to drive. So is the BMW. If you put the Mustang with the BMW and the Merc, the Mustang is the odd man out by a landslide. It's the slowest in a straight line, and it's got the least grip. I'm okay with the least grip, but it needs to be offset to be able to out-accelerate those other cars. To some degree. There needs to be a balance there, you know? And there isn't. There's just currently, right now, unfortunately, no reason to use the Mustang if you want to be competitive anyway. If you really, really love it, obviously, then use it. But for me, like, I like the Mustang better than the Merc, but the Merc is a close second to whichever car is currently the faster driving car. That's the car I'm going to choose of those two cars. Like, right now, the Lambo's faster than both of them. But I want to drive the Merc. Like, I don't just go for whatever the fastest thing is. But I could just lie to you. The Mustang is the best car in GT3. The fastest car by a lot. All right, guys, lobby's up. Jump on in. There is no McLaren in this. There is no McLaren in this. I do wish we could get the Ferrari and the McLaren in the game in general, but obviously I don't ever see that happening due to licensing reasons, you know? Use the bathroom quick. Oh, by the way, guys, we've officially started bug hunting. So if you're watching or partaking, please report a bug if it happens to me. I'm curious myself. Don't ruin my day and say the game sucks, but if you experience a bug, please tell me. While I spectate, I'm doing a quick test on PS5. Hey, Ryan, while I've got you, can you confirm or deny that the night lighting in PS5 got a buff, got the same buff that PC did in the last update? Because I'm on it right now, and it's got that, like, purplish hue, which is, like, the added moonlighting for ambient light. It looks like it's there, but I've only done half a lap on Sebring with no headlights on, and I can see the whole track the whole time. Can you confirm or deny? Because obviously that wasn't in the patch notes. But... I'm driving around Sebring with no headlights on. I can see everything. Also, why do pad users complain about it being difficult? Not that hard. Sure, I'm slower, but it's not that hard. Anybody playing on PS5? Next race we're doing at nighttime. Next race we're doing nighttime. Because I think console might have gotten the ambient light buff. You're on PS5? Oh, whoa, AJ. Zero hopes for that. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at my PS5. I'm driving around Sebring with no headlights, and I can see the entire track from white line to white line. Got it. I mean, I guess it could be because it's maybe an OLED TV, and I don't know, but I don't know. It has that purple hue. The purple hue that's doing it for me. That makes me think it might be in it. I'll have to look. Bottom line is the next lobby I'll run nighttime, and let's see what you guys think. People are on PS5. Obviously, once we roll a full 24 hours of this update being out, we're going to know if the lighting is fixed or not. But, I mean, maybe, like I said, I suppose it could be the TV because it's OLED, but I can see the entire track of Sebring with no headlights on at midnight at the moment. So I guess it could be panel specific, but...
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Appreciate the sub. Boomer. Boomer X Sim Racing. Are you a boomer, sir? I can save a setup, yay. Yeah. Because I know what the lighting update on PC that it got. That one I don't think was planned to go out when it did, and it still did. And I mean, I'm glad it did, but... So I wonder if that same thing happened again. Either way, whatever. As long as don't break anything, it's a welcome change, you know? But, again, the guys who are always on PS5, they're going to know better than me. But it looked like it looked better, at least. Like I said, though, I guess it could be my panel, but...
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Blue Lightning, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party, pal. If you can't name that movie, you have to unsubscribe. I'm just kidding. Please don't unsubscribe. I'm desperate. Are you excited for Gamescom, Ryan? I hope it goes well for you. I mean that. Hope it can get some really good publicity in a public space. Get some players in the game, you know? Because even regardless of problems, I still feel that this game in its current state should have more players. I really do believe that. I'm not saying I agree, obviously, with every decision made, but having access to all the titles and playing all the titles, there still feels... Oh, I suck. There still feels like... Oh! It still feels like a massive imbalance. I know it's a niche market and it's a saturated market, but I don't know. It's just weird to me. Don't tell me what to do! Notice they changed 2-second slowdown penalties to 0.2 seconds. Well, I tend to run it in cinematic mode, Kralik. I'm probably butchering how to say that, but... I think the game looks beautiful in cinematic mode, and it did before this update, so I don't know if there's actually any changes there. Spa on PS5 looks way too dark. Got it. I haven't tried Spa. I only tried Sebring so far. Do me a favor, Andre, if you can. Try Sebring at midnight. Turn your headlights off and see if you can drive around the whole track. You're already tired thinking about it? Yeah. Because on mine, I can see around... I can see, like, white line to white line. I can see the entire track without the headlights on. So, maybe it's just a Sebring thing. Maybe it's just a Spa thing. Oh! 5 days straight of 12 hours public speaking. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, technically streaming is public speaking, but... With streaming, you're much more in charge of the narrative and the situation. Public speaking generally somewhere else? Fuck that. Sounds like a nightmare, exactly. Well, I'm having a good time right now. I hope others are. Been a while, old friend. What's going on? Cool dog. Hey, AJ, he popped out a 159. Good old Bimma, Bim Dub. Not like Sim Racing Expert where you can chill and have an in-depth chat with fans. It's constant flow of people. Yeah. More of a, almost like a press tour than anything else, I guess. GT3s feel way more connected and more predictable on PS5. Yeah, I agree. I agree, car guys. I just drove it on a controller, doing laps around Sebring, and like,
Yeah, we didn't
Captain, I always do it. Always do it. Always recommend it. Anytime the game gets an update, delete your shader cache. It takes 15 seconds in your My Games folder. I just make it a habit. You shouldn't have to, I agree, but make it a habit. You know? Anyway, I just played on controller on PS5, and it's super easy. Not super easy. It's not hard. I'm way off my pace, but I'm saying I can drive around the track and not crash and die. And I don't do it. I don't use a controller, so. Little teared. Also sat down all day. Yeah, it sucks. Oh. I've been good. I don't honestly know, Blue K. I think you have to bind it. There's a reason I drove around the truck without my lights off. I don't think there is a button that's auto-bound for the lights. I think you have to do it manually. Not yet. I mean, you can if you want. You can record a video and put it on there. That you're more than welcome to do that. I won't be able to watch like a live feed or anything. Oh yeah, you can set your lights to auto. You can also... Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing here? I'm thinking we're ready to go. You can set lights to auto, yeah. I remember I turned that off because I was trying to test no lights, and I didn't have a binding set. Alright. Little rub and tug. Little rub and tug.
No, he didn't slam you, he didn't bump you, he didn't nudge you. He rubbed you. And rubbing, son, is racing.
Ah! Got too busy with my goddamn soundboard. Highly recommend don't miss the braking zone right now. You have a lot less heavy pedal braking force right now. You will slide the car. Which I do like. But it is different. So be ready for that. You definitely lose a lot of the ability to brake deep. Which is good. Oh man, that's me. I am sucking hard right now, boys. All right, I'm just gonna. I'm reading and I can't even look where I'm going. No, the game. I think that's a big problem is that it doesn't ever. I think that's what other games do that this game doesn't. That creates problems with shaders. This game creates a new shader instead of overwriting the old one. Now I don't know if all games do that. If some games do that, whatever the case is, but. This game creates a new file. Anytime you make a change, the game gets an update, a different build, you change your drivers. And if you install 10 drivers and boot the game up each time, you have 10 different shader caches. Don't clip that out of context, yeah. I'll be very interested to see what you think of the Aston. Like, I know that's your car. I haven't driven it yet, obviously. You really can't brake deep anymore. It's that, like, you have a lot more grip loss now under braking. Straight line for sure. I'd have to really start paying more attention. Like, that feels fine, but I'm also not braking very aggressively. But when I'm, like, diving into a hairpin and I crank down on the brakes in a straight line, you have to roll off those brakes. You can't carry that braking into the turn, or else you just understeer off the road. In general, the cars do feel more natural. PMR worth buying? God, I hate answering that question, truthfully. I want to say buy it. But, like, because I've had a lot of people that I've recommended buy it love the game. And one of my best friends fucking hates the game. And he owns it on PC and PS5. He's an ACC fan. And I told him to get it. So, I never know. It's a subjective game. I tried being aggressive and staying in. I should have got out of the throttle right there. Hi guys. I tried pushing through that to see if TC would do all the work. It did not. I don't really play much of ACC, if I'm being honest with you. Never been my game. It's been more of a test simulator for me. I don't dislike it or anything. It's never been. Too many games. I think that's the biggest problem for me, is there's just too many fucking games. Spa is definitely dark. Spa's definitely dark. Yes, ACC feels very different to this game. But ACC only has GT3, so there's a massive reason to not play ACC only, as you can only play GT3s. We're spectating a car you can't drive in ACC. That's a reason to get this game over ACC. You know, this car obviously different story. As much as I do care about the way a car feels in a game, you know, is PMR a sim? Yes, absolutely is a sim. Is it iRacing? No, but that has nothing to do with the driving. iRacing is the only sim that actually feels like an old school sim. I don't know if you guys have how old a lot of you guys are and how many sims you've played, but you ever play like really, really old school flight sim and stuff like that? That's what iRacing feels like. These all feel like video games, but they are still sims because they are driving simulators or racing simulators. But from a UI and a gameplay standpoint, they are all video game feeling, except iRacing. Yeah, I could see Assetto Corsa falling under the same tent as iRacing. Is it easy to drive? Yes and no. I don't really know how to answer that, but I can tell you that of all of the driving, I think this game is the most authentic to real cars. But everybody has this mentality in sim racing, though, that the harder it is, the more of a sim it is, which is just, I'm sorry, it's just false. It's a false narrative that's been created by sim racing. Harder does not mean more realistic. Went to borderless from full screen and I get better performance, no stutter. Am I crazy or is this a thing? I don't know if it's a thing, but I've only ever played in borderless. I never run full screen because I have to use multiple monitors. You're good, Toaster Lord. For what it's worth, Oliver, I don't feel like talking about realism right now because it is such a debated topic, and it's always debated by people that have never driven any of the cars they're driving in a game, and everybody talks about what's realistic based off of other people's opinions, and it's the most frustrating conversation to have with anybody. So, respectfully, Oliver, I don't feel like talking about realism. If you want to do what the mob says, just go play iRacing or LMU. That's all you should play, according to the mob. Every other game shouldn't exist. Those are the only two you should play. That's the mob mentality.
Next time. We'll find some more speed in the car for the next race.
You love it now for hypercars? What do you mean, cool dog? It says you've driven the GT3 for the first time in a while. I love it now for hypercars. So you love the hypercars or the GT3s? Sounds like you love the hypercars, but you just drove the GT. I'm so confused. That sentence needs a period somewhere. I'm gonna experiment with vehicles here. Try out the famed Lamborghini. So far, no tomorrow. It's I feel like it's only improvement. I'm liking it. I'm liking the way the cars drive. So far, I haven't found a lot of the small bugs that were existing, and so far, the tire bug's gone, which is good. The tire bug, I think, was probably one of the bigger bugs. New additional bugs that came with the game. That includes the wet tire bug, where the wet tires were faster. The overall tire change feels good. Your wallet thing. I mean, I did reinstall iRacing, and I did drive iRacing before this as like a reference point in the GT3s. I drove the Mustang GT3 around Sebring. And honestly, they do drive, believe it or not, very similarly, with the exception of this game gives you a lot more control when you go past peak grip, which is my biggest point of contention with iRacing, and it always has been, is the total complete tires shutting off once you start to lose grip. Because that is like, no, that I will say till I'm blue in the face and I piss everybody on the planet off who likes sim racing. That is just not realistic. That is just not what tires do. You know? But iRacing, I do like up to that point, like it's driving. I do very much like iRacing's driving up to the point of when you start to go past peak grip. I think the cars drive really, really good. And this actually reminded me of that. Bloodbathers, you know it. Oh, hello. Getting see the gloves have been on. I only wear the gloves with this wheel because this wheel will give me blisters.
There's a yellow flag. Yellow flag.
Oh, this car rotates a lot now. Have I ever played Forza Motorsport? Yes, I have. I have Forza Motorsport. I have all of them. And I hope this game isn't the next Forza Motorsport when it comes to the way the game came out, launched, and then... Oh, fucked it. I think Forza Motorsport is good now, but it's one of those things where it's unfortunately got good after the game died. You know? And I have the feeling that this game could potentially do something like that. I hope not. I don't want any of these games. I wish Forza Motorsport was actually more relevant than it actually is. I wish they were all still relevant. But unfortunately, sim racing is just... It's such a niche industry, and it's unfortunately held back by everybody being a fucking know-it-all in the entire industry. Developers, players, everything. Everybody's a know-it-all. And it's like 50% of sim racers don't even have fucking licenses. Why? That was a nice overtake. I don't know who that was in that Aston there, but that was a very, very fine overtake, sir, if I must say. Oh, hello! Oh, he just returned to pit at the last second. Woo! I know, iRacing's visuals need some real love. About 20 years worth of love.
Got 5 minutes left.
Dude, I will say that. I very much agree with you there, Grumps. Wreckfest 2's driving is some of, in my opinion, from a simulation standpoint, some of the best in the industry, period. And it's not even built to be a simulator. I really do think the entire hardcore sim racing industry could learn a lot from the guys making Wreckfest 2. It's wild to me. That was shit. I don't drive this Lambo a lot, so admittedly, I don't really drive mid-engine cars a lot. I like front-engine cars. I like the way they rotate a lot more. So for this is like I'm a fish out of water driving this thing, but it is technically one of the meta cars, or the better BOP cars, I should say, not meta cars. But still fastest lap in class, apparently, according to guy on comms. Oh. Missing brake markers. Well, the thing is Wreckfest 2 very much leans into satire. Very much leads into satire. Which one would argue is not a hardcore sim. You know? But their actual driving physics tell a very different story of what the game's intention is, you know? Oh yeah, I fucked my steering now. I'm actually enjoying PMR. I can't believe I just said that. I don't know. I want to hear other people's opinions, man. Like, people that... I mainly want to hear from the people that were having a bad time previously, how they're having now. You know? Because... oh, that was shit. Car's all jacked anyway. Thanks for what? What did I do? They fixed nighttime lighting? I don't think that's fixed on consoles. It's fixed enough on PCs, but that came at the last update. In my opinion, though, I do agree with them not wanting... Ryan was just here earlier saying they didn't... he doesn't think anything went through for console because they didn't want to chance a major overhaul of lighting, because that's what it is, let's face it. If lighting is a massive overhaul, lighting can create a lot of bugs. So right now, as much as lighting does need to get fixed at nighttime in this game, for sure, if it's going to break other things trying to fix that, then I don't want to change it yet. I want to see the game itself get more polish, and then, you know, perhaps introduce some bugs when fixing lighting that you have to fix after you introduce the lighting updates, you know? So... either way, it does feel like people are having a better time with this update. Am I wrong? Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I full shit? Am I practicing the sacred art of bullshito? want to make a G Fuel. I just realized what part of the problem was. I noticed there were some strange things going on here today in chat. I noticed there were some very strange things going on here today in chat. Dropping the ball, man. I'm dropping the ball. Make a quick adjustment here. Quick adjustment here. There we go. There we go. That makes sense. Scoring $100 out of game and hoping for the best is fire. Nice. Nice. No, you got to keep your expectations low and your hope high. Grumps, he said it the opposite. If you keep your expectations high and your hope low, you're always going to be miserable and disappointed. You got to keep your hope high and the expectations as worst case scenario as possible.
Okay, mate, you can do this.
I mean, I always run my streams in subscriber only mode.
No heroics.
I always do. I think it's a simple thing. You're allowed to contribute to chat and be part of it. You just got to click that subscribe button. I know it's like, it pisses some people off, but at the same time, I don't give a shit. I don't care. That's the way you stream. That's the way you do it. How your wife feels being married to you? What's that? Oh, low expectations, high hopes. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm definitely not used to the mid-engines. They definitely feel foreign to me, that's for sure. I've never been about the mid-engines. I do like the, oh, Jesus. Wow. This game throws a force feedback when you hit walls. I forgot about that. Oh, fuck. Decisions, decisions, decisions!
Yellow flag. Yellow
The only mid-engine car I like is the Vet. It's a C8. And even that is not my favorite. It's just my favorite mid-engine car. Same Kool-Aid. I do hope the player base starts to pick up. I do hope it starts to pick up. But the game, in my opinion, the game needs to earn the player base. And I do think it's earned more than we have, or the game has, I should say the game. But at the end of the day, like right now, that's the thing. I think Forza Motorsport deserves more people playing the game. And since we were talking about Forza earlier, I think Forza Motorsport deserves more people than the ones currently playing the game. But the problem, I think, is sim racing especially, there's a lot of herd mentality, right? And there's just not a lot of people doing it by comparison to other games. So if you take a limited amount of people playing games, just give them all herd mentality and tell them that this is the best game ever because XYZ random guy driving a car said so, you've just cannibalized all of the other games that are not that one. So people want to do what's cool, not what's fun. That's the unfortunate part of your humanity since the dawn of time. Cigarettes became a thing, not because anybody truly really enjoyed them, because they were fucking cool. And then they got addicted and then just couldn't fucking stop. And if you actually do like cigarettes, then you're a masochist. That's my full stop take there. I have no sympathy for cigarettes. I hate cigarettes. I despise them. Fucking disgusting. And that comes from a lot of people in my family have smoked. I've smoked one cigarette my entire life. And guess what? Every drag of that cigarette felt like I was fucking getting cancer. It was awful. Felt like I was licking the inside of a fucking ashtray. I don't know how people do it. I understand addiction. I get that. But, man. Anyway, I don't want to talk about cigarettes. When the example turns into a tangent, that's what that was. And no, I'm not, FYI, I'm not judging you for smoking cigarettes. But I just don't have any sympathy. And this is coming from someone who stepfather died from smoking cigarettes. You know, trust me, I got a whole lot of history where these words are coming from here.
That's the fastest lap in our class. Great work. Keep on it.
I drink a lot of coffee too. I'm guilty of that. But they are not one and the same. Caffeine is an addictive property, but coffee and tobacco, not quite the same thing. She tastes like cigarette. I missed some comments there. One can give you cancer, the other makes you shit. And I don't know about you guys, but I'll take a good shit any day over a nicotine high. Getting real graphic now, boys. Like, that's one thing I've never understood about the whole cigarettes thing. It's like, you have to smell the smell, right? So, like, let's just say you are addicted and you want to keep smoking cigarettes. Okay. But you have to smell what everything smells like around cigarettes. Like, let's just say I was addicted, and I couldn't stop smoking. I needed to smoke my cigarettes, and I smoked cigarettes till the day I died. Every single time I lit up a cigarette, it would be outside. I would never smoke inside my house. So I don't understand that. That's always been a strange one to me. You know, the wife's father, my father-in-law, smoker, had health issues because of it. Has one of the cleanest houses I've ever been to. Fully aware of his like bad habit and how it affects other things besides his lungs. Why is that not like at least a standard when it comes to it, you know? Yeah. I mean, you can avoid it. Like, he is a very clean person. He takes care of himself outside of that really bad habit, you know? So you can do both. I just don't know why it's not more common, you know? I'm getting the hang of it, the Lambo. Still not my preferred go-to. The Merc is just my style. I like rear engine. Oh, sorry, front engine. Apologies. What up, Boris? Oh, appreciate that, Boris. Thank you. What are your thoughts so far? Curious. You have one of the more powerful opinions in this game. Curious what your thoughts were. I'm trying out the Lambo. I usually prefer front engine, rear wheel drive cars to mid engines. The Merc is still my go-to GT3. But Lambo's not bad. It looked like they fixed the Audi. I drove it around Sebring solo earlier today. I wasn't getting any of that lift-off oversteer, kill myself shit. Oh boy. Yeah, Boris, I actually found the opposite with the LMDH, but I think we drove different cars. I drove the Cadillac. I gotta drive I think Slick was telling me you were driving the BMW. I was finding that the Cadillac had too much grip. I could drive that car without TC on and not lose the rear end. Whoa! But I haven't driven the BMW yet, and he was saying you were driving the BMW, so I wonder if it's, it varies by car a lot more than it did before. Because the BMW and the Cadillac were my two favorites before. I haven't driven the BMW. I've only driven the Cadillac. Too bad doing work. Yeah, I'll jump in the BMW next race. I'll try it out. Ah! I was just telling Boris that I now have the liftoff oversteer in the Audi since today's update. I guess it's my turn. I mean, the mid-engines you do have to drive differently than the front-engine cars. Admittedly, I prefer front-engine stuff all day. I understand. It's all I've driven in real life. So, to me, they make more sense. The mid-engine stuff, I don't really have a whole lot of experience with in real life outside of having a couple friends with mid-engine cars. And they rotate so differently to me that it feels like, it just feels foreign. Have a good one, Boris. Appreciate the raid, buddy. Thank you. Ooh, too bad. You and I were competitive. You were faster, you son of a bitch, but we were competitive. Thank Jeebus for the tire fix. Yeah, I know. BMW GT3 looks like it took a hit, though. I haven't driven the BMW yet. I hope I did. I mean, we'll see what it's like. Too bad. What did the BMW feel like? The BIM Dub. Alright, yeah, I drove it last week, so knew what it was in an old patch. Drove good, but yes, no grip and slower. Interesting. I'll have to give it a shake. I'll have to give it a shake because the Cadillac was... You guys saw earlier, I was driving that thing around with no TC on. So I'll give the because the BMW is my second favorite LMDH, so... Sketchy-ish, but controllable. I mean, it was... For all things considered, though, the BMW, in my opinion, was way too gripped up in the rear. By comparison to the front, it had no grip in the front and an insane amount of grip in the rear. In my opinion, it needed a tweak to front grip and to lose some rear grip to make it a more balanced driving car. For at least a front-engine car, anyway. It drove more like a mid-engine car. Jared, do you know of any new tracks coming? Oh, yeah, there's definitely new tracks coming. When we get everything, I don't know. And then, obviously, mod tracks are always... You might get a mod that's an actual real track, which I don't think is off the table. You know, I don't exactly know how the licensing works from creating a real track standpoint, from a mod standpoint. But I imagine if you do the token stuff, you name it different shit, then I imagine it can pass. You know? Alright, let me take a different track and then we jump in my Lindaha. I think Mosport would be a good place to test it. It's gonna be chaos, but it'll be a good place to test it. See, like, for example, this is what I mean by modding, right? This livery. The difference between the in-game BMW official livery and the modded one is licensing. Sponsors. Shell, WeatherTech, VP, OZ, Akrapovic, or Akrapovic, depending on how you want to say it, Bosch. These are all licensed real brands that are not on the official livery from the game, you know? So, I don't know what the game is allowed to do versus what modders are allowed to do from a pure licensing standpoint. What tracks I want to see? I hate to be that guy because I'm an American, but there's a lot of American tracks I want. But two primarily. Laguna Seca. No! Blame Race Room. Let's blame Race Room. God damn it. Anyway, Laguna Seca and Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen more so than Laguna Seca. Well, hey, for what it's worth, maybe we can blame that on physics and shader, because it is building new shaders. I don't know. I know last time we got an update, I had one crash like that, and then I never got one again, so. What sucks is that I'm no longer the host of the lobby. Long Beach is a good one. No reported bugs that I found yet. I did just get a crash to desktop, but those are rare. Super, super rare. But that's one for the day so far. So, Alton Park. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. There's so many good American tracks. But there's so many good tracks everywhere. Like, So far, though, Slick, though, I haven't experienced any... yes, I did just crash. You can call that a bug, whatever. I call that video games. And now if it crashes all the time, that's a problem. But one crash every once in a blue moon, it's an inconvenience, yes. But that's video games, you know. But I care more about the game bugs. How's everybody doing on game bugs? Anything strange yet? I did test on softs. I didn't ask Boris if he was on mediums or softs yet. I probably should have asked that, because I was on softs. He was on mediums. All right, let me try softs first. And then I'll try mediums. But if I have the problem... Oh, shit, I gotta learn how to drive first. Let me give him some space. Oh, he's letting me go, I guess. DC down. Not the best test track for me in this car.
One day tire brakes start to push me.
Go TC1. It definitely feels spicier in the rear than the Cadillac does. But super manageable still. But again, I'm on softs. Oh! Yeah, I could definitely... No, let's do that right now. Let's switch over to mediums, because the way that snaps out like that could be what he's referring to. And it might completely foobar the car when I go medium. Spicy in the rear? Yeah, I had some hot sauce.
You've got 5 minutes left.
Rotated nice right there from the tire spin. It felt pretty good.
Yellow flag, slow down, don't overtake.
Yeah, but I'm usually the one things go better for. Digi, that's the only problem. You gotta watch the streams where people have nothing but problems and see how those guys are doing. I usually have decent experience. I have my... Yeah, so you can't push it as hard on mediums for sure. How much time we got? 3 minutes? Alright, let's do that. Whoa! Since I'm not the host anymore, I might as well back out. Let's switch over to Caddy. Alright, now that we're... Get back into my preferred car. And let's see if I can duplicate any of the issues. I wouldn't really say issues. It definitely... Now, it could be the track. But it did feel like there was a little less grip in the BMW over the Cadillac. But again, it could also be the Trak. So we're on mediums. That's freshest in the brain. Let's go down to TC1. I mean, I prefer this car anyway. This has always been my go-to. But the BMW is a very close second. I know it's not the authentic audio of the Cadillac, but it still sounds fucking good. I got rear aero damage. God damn it. God. I haven't heard it yet. I know the videos are out there. I haven't listened to it yet, Lincoln. Also, what's up? I'll be interested to see how that one competes. Do the soft tires come out of the box warmer? Now they're cooling down. Yeah, it's the tires. It's for sure the tire. It's not the car. So, next time Boris has a stream up, tell him I said try test it out with the softs too. I notice it immediately in this car more than anything else. As soon as I switch over to soft tires, I immediately feel it like it's a lot more like glue. Nah, it doesn't have shitty physics. Disagree. Hard disagree. I gotta make some adjustments here. I got 10-minute quali for a 5 laps on MoSport. I fucked that up. Not my lobby anymore though, so. After this lobby, guys, if you are partaking in this, I'm gonna make a new lobby because I'm not the host anymore, so. I need to be able to be the host to test shit, so. So what problems? We need to know, what problems are anybody having? So far, it's been quiet in here, and like that's the thing. I'm looking for people to have problems. Not like I want you to, but I mean like, if there's an issue, say it. You know? Lift off oversteer on Audi. See, I find there's less of it than before.
Better luck next time. You'll have a
Main issue is what's behind the steering wheel. Yeah, I have the exact same problem, so I can absolutely agree with that bug. Unfortunately, Straight 4 and 397 Studios and Reza and all these companies, they can't seem to make me any better at the games. I blame them. What's the fix, though, Evil? Like, what's the actual fix? The tire bug's fixed, and the tire bug affected that car, so I don't know what specifically needs to get fixed. And the patch notes didn't list a lot of things. Patch notes didn't list the entire rebalance of GT3 AI. I knew that one beforehand because I tested it, and then it wasn't in the patch notes. So things never make the patch notes. Doesn't mean they're not changed in the game itself. You know? I don't know why. I wish the patch notes were a bit more thorough like that. Well, that's your opinion, RKS, and everybody gets one, so. Unfortunately, saying everything is a dump doesn't give any detail to, like, what's actually wrong. I still like the front engine cars, though, Trev. And one guy said the POV is too far zoomed back. So move it forward. Come on.
Focus on the line.
I did it that quick. Did it that quick. Look at that. Yeah, PMR physics are dog shit. I start to lose the rear end, I immediately lift off the throttle and counter steer, and I can save it. Tell me again how that's better in iRacing. Tell me again how that's better in iRacing. The short answer, it's not. Harder equals more sim. Exactly. Have you driven it yet, Fogbound? The GT3s yet? Curious what your take is. I think a lot more people are going to like the GT. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people that don't like them for XYZ reasons, but I think they're the best they've been so far. Not saying they're perfect. I don't know what perfect is. Bunch of shekels and they can't have them. Ah, blew it. Fuck. Yeah, you guys are right. PMR physics suck. This game sucks. Fuck this game. I'm fucked. Oh yeah, there's multiplayer in general. A patch isn't going to change that. That's a slow burn. That's going to take time to get people back in the game, you know? He then proceeded to say, I can't see that much in my real car. Those are the people we deal with. Oh, I know, I agree. There's literally, like, that is... There is a literal FOV adjustment. You can yaw everything. You can do so much with POV. Why is that a problem? The short answer, it's fucking not. MPK, what's going on? It's going well. It's going well so far. At least for me. You know? Still a skill issue, but, you know, I don't have any disagreements with what happens. You know, right there, I pushed too hard coming out of that hairpin, and I was only on TC1, and I got punished for it. You know, that's the way it should be. I don't have any complaints about that. Realistically, I should probably be running TC3, maybe TC2. TC1 is good if you are a much more skilled person with the throttle. You know, you're just used to driving situations in these cars where, you know, you're not abusive on the throttle. I'm abusive on the throttle. Going on, Paul. My real car has heated and cooled seats. Why isn't that in the game? Like, this is the part that I don't understand about things. There are genuine, legitimate things to complain about in this game and be unhappy with. Genuine. And then people find things that you can actually adjust that's pretty routine and be upset about it. You want the perfect in-car FOV by default. Fucking Christ, man. What are we complaining about? And you are the only person. This is the same conversation as, you know, when you're driving in real life on the highway, like George Carlin said it. Anybody going slower than you is an idiot. Anybody going faster than you is a maniac. You're the only person driving correctly. And everybody thinks like that. So, you want the perfect FOV by the car. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm only 5'5", guys, and the guy who's driving this car is clearly like 6 feet tall, so this is not an accurate simulator. Actually, I'm probably more in line with a lot of people who race cars in terms of body size. Want the smallest guy possible. Well, at least on a motorcycle, anyway. I don't know if... On all classes of car racing, do they factor in driver weight to the overall weight of the vehicle? I imagine they do. I know they do in NASCAR. Another guy said that the force feedback... Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I cringed so hard at the video where the thumbnail was basically the hidden force feedback menu, or whatever the hell it was, where they made it sound like it was like a debug menu that you had to, you know, you had to go into the options and you had to left, right, left, 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 start, pause, L2, R1, click, secret menu. Like, no, stop it. The secret menu is the independent car menus. Like, come on. Try 90 POV on next race, at least a lap. All right, I'll give it a shot. Probably saw the same video. Yeah.
You're in the points.
Like, you got, like, in sim racing, it's actually quite common to have a global force feedback setting and then an independent car force feedback. So that way you can finely tune each car to your liking. Because the global force feedback isn't good enough to make the physics of every car cater to your liking. Like, the reality is now I'm not saying defaults are perfect or force feedback or whatever, everything is perfect, but I'm saying the menu system, I don't think is too complicated. I really don't. Like, did anybody see when I tried to use the LMU force feedback app? Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm making a new lobby, boys. Making a new lobby so I can be the host again. Because it's my kingdom. And I'm on the throne. Rockin' no, rockin' no. Let me get back into GT3. Get back in the Merc. Actually, no, I want to do the Mustang. Let's rock the Mustang for a minute. Slow. Definite disadvantage, but it's fun car. All right, let's turn this down 5, up to 7. Get the Limdahas in here. Get some GTFOs. Fuck it, let's just go all in. Aussie V8s. Yeah, I know the mirror adjustment is a really nice feature that is a nice detail that not a lot of sims have. The actual being able to adjust the location of the mirrors, really nice. Nice little detail. It sucks. It's so crazy that you have details like that in the game, and then you don't have, like, some basic shit, you know? Only got punted twice that race and came in P17. It's good. It's good. I killed myself. I have no complaints about the driving, but I killed myself. Killed myself trying to be abusive to Too Bad. That me and Rocky Knoll get married? Is that a joke that I don't understand? Okay, one more solid overhaul fix update with the Q3. Do we know what Q3 DLC content is? I actually don't. I have no idea. I have a pretty good idea of what Q4 is, but I have no idea what Q3 is. I could probably just ask and get the information. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I could probably just ask. But I don't know what it is. Honestly, I'm kind of trying to, like, stay out of a lot of the no stuff because I like to be surprised. Like I said, I had no idea what was coming in this update. I didn't ask. I wasn't given information. And honestly, it felt better than knowing what was coming. It really did. Lunch. Gotcha. Pen system overhaul again would be nice to have actual pace car. And yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Penalty overhaul for sure. It would be nice to have a pace car. There's a lot. That's the thing, though, right? There's a lot of things that I don't know if I can expect them inside of year one. Because let's face it, the rough reality of this game is a certain game was made, and then after the game got released, they basically retconned the whole game. So they're making the game twice. You know? But as long as there's a direction, I'm down. Whatever, we'll see what we get, you know? I'm not saying it's not appropriate, Slick. I'm just saying I would rather have what we already have dialed the fuck in before we get a single new feature. And but I understand why people want rolling starts, but I can tell you that I would rather have a perfect game with what we've got than have rolling starts and a few bugs. Can you not still join? Jump on in, too bad. Track limits definitely need to be adjusted for sure. I mean, it sounds like Aris is on board with that when he was asked a while back and a couple AMAs ago. When he was asked about what does he think of track limits, he says he doesn't like them. So, that's a good sign. You know, he said he goes by curb, not so much by white line, and the game is currently white line, so sounds like Aris is on board with giving the people what they want because it's what he wants. So, oh yeah, 90 FOV, that's right. Yep. I could have done it already. Let's see. Oh, I don't mind 90 FOV. This is so by default in ACC you have 2 cockpit views. This is like the second cockpit view, and so does Rensport. Rensport has this too. I like this view. I don't know if I could run it like this full time, but I do like this view. I wish I could go back and forth, you know, because this is like I'm driving like this, you know. Yeah, this car is a lot better.
Yellow flag. Watch out for debris.
Just give this car a straight line buff, and I'm on board, man. I think it's seat position, but I want to say the seat position slider is essentially FOV. Hold on, let me go back and look. Yeah. It's basically, forward back is basically general FOV. That's back seat. Want to be in the back seat, bro? Let's try racing in the back seat. See what happens. All right, here we go. We're at what? Hey, you want to be a back seat driver? Now you know what it's like. I can't see shit. All right, someone passed me. Here we go. I don't know where I'm going. I'm going to follow the map. I'm literally following the mini-map right now. I'm being a backseat driver. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. So, full stop. Let me try, that was 90. I want to see if I can go with a fully realistic single screen. Like, I'm going to treat my single screen like it's my center screen, and it's the most realistic possible. Honestly, 75 looks pretty legit for, like, purely a real... If I had side visuals, this looks like fairly decent FOV. I'd probably want to go down a little on that, too, but... Child's FOV. Try that. I've actually never messed with the actual FOV slider. So he's at 90, I'm at 55, so remember that. Now, cockpit setup. Is this how you really do it? You're in... Is this how you race? I assumed you meant 90 on the actual seat slider. I mean, don't get me wrong, you see everything, but you also see nothing at the same time. Let me try, God damn it.
Oh, no time set. We're starting at the back of the grid. It's going to be a long race.
Yeah, I'll bump it back to 10. I'll bump it back to 10 if that's what people want. I didn't do a single lap for whatever it's worth, so. I got pissed really bad. God damn G Fuel. First PS5 game crash of the day? Damn. Oh my god. Just go back to default for now. Yeah, I'll give that a shot when I got a little more time in front of me to actually set it up. I'll give it a shot. It's gonna be hard to see straight for me though, that's my only problem. See, I like this because I don't mind using my joystick to look around. I want to see as much out my windshield as possible and be able to look left, right, and see exactly what's next to me. And then behind me. You know? This is my personal preferred. Oh god. There's a turn here, boys. Oh, shit. Forgot. Yeah, I'm about 4 feet in front of my panel. Maybe 3.5. It's hard to tell. I have to measure again. Oh my god! The radar. That was good. That car did not let off the throttle. Oh my god. I gotta go back to TC6. Now, I was trying to give room, Joe Dirt, for the LMDH car, and you just put it in my ass. Yeah, the Mustang works a lot better with TC6. It really just feels super planted. Or even 4, you gotta like drive the wheels off of it. You heard me, did you?
Yellow flag. Be careful.
Why are the LMDHs going so much slower than the GT3s? What's going on here, boys? That felt malicious. I can't tell if it's because the front end is damaged that the car is very wishy-washy now, or if it's me, or the Merc is still the best car. Yeah, I don't think I have any front downforce at all right now. He's washing right up. The whole front end of the car is just washing straight. The seasoning of the lobby could be what? What do you mean? I don't trust the front end at all of this car right now. Yeah, I got when I hit the LMDH car, that like brake checked everybody. That's why, like, if you know, it's weird. The only damage showing up right now is that the black vinyl on my hood is now matte black instead of gloss. That's the only damage I can visibly see right now. This turn especially here. This car, she's just pushing right off the track. I don't think Crew Chief works with this game, does it? Did you? I have no confidence in the car right now. I want to say Slick, the next major update for this game from like a changing standpoint is just is ranked. They want to make ranked play not be what it is at the moment. I didn't see, that's why I asked. I didn't see PMR in the drop-down menu in Crew Chief. Dude, I can't get in the throttle at all. As soon as I get in the throttle, she washes right off the track. That's what I mean. Glauco is just checking out in a straight line. The Mustang just does not have any straight line balls. Fucking hell with this car. God. Front of this car is just not working it out at all. Yeah. This car's just got no straight line balls. It really does, like, unfortunately, because of how it runs in a straight line, it really does just kind of become like a pointlessly uncompetitive car in this class. It'd be one thing if it handled like it was on complete mental rails and wasn't strong in the straights, but it's got more slip than a lot of the other cars, in fact, maybe even all of them, and has no straight line. It looks like I'm going to run out of fuel, too. That's cool. God damn.
Careful with the speed. You don't want to get any penalties. You've been given a drive-through penalty.
I know. I didn't care. I didn't care. Man, we're already at 4 hours. Holy shit. I got a few more in me. Yeah, I got to drive through. I got to drive through for doing 300 miles an hour into the pits. Here comes EJ at Mach Jesus speed. The question is, though, Slick, is that consistent? I didn't try Grumps. I didn't give it a full shake. I told you I would. I'll do that when I get more time. I got a few more races in me, so I'm gonna get back in the Merc. I want to spend time with the Merc until they buff the straight line speed of the Mustang. It really is just an uncompetitive car. Like, don't get me wrong, you can be a much better driver and beat lesser drivers with it, sure. But if you're going up against the same caliber of driver, you're at a disadvantage in that car. So, and no setup is going to give you an edge over the other cars with setups, you know? I try to even run less, but yeah, oh, the wing does nothing in the car. Wing does nothing on the car. It just does not go fast. It's a slow car. It needs, bottom line is it needs a BOP change. It needs more power. There's no setup around that. I tried lowering the car, raising the car, 0 downforce, more downforce. It's slow in a straight line. It needs in-game power. You want to see a total joke? Take the Lambo and put the Merc and put max downforce in them, and then do the same test. They're substantially faster than the Mustang with no downforce. I've mentioned it independently to Aris. I'm going to have to say it again. But I've also mentioned the GT4 Porsche as well before that update. So. Well, they're gonna, cool dog. When, I don't know. I feel like that's probably Q4. Have Le Mans. Go get him, J-Dirt. Give him the old-fashioned cunt punt. A little bop in the booty. Or just smooth overtake. That works, too. See, the way that Mustang just went around that turn was not what mine was doing. Unless the BMW was, like, completely off throttle the whole time. I couldn't put any level of rolling into the throttle down. Depending on how the Stalker 2 update goes, you'll be playing that more. Yeah, I need some good single-player games, but my problem is I need quick single-player games. I don't want a single-player game that's going to take 300 hours to, like, complete. You know, with just grinding and stuff. I don't have the time, man. I have plenty. The crazy thing is that I have a lot more time than a lot of people, and I don't have anywhere near all the time to play all these games.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Stop it!
Follow. Thank you for the sub.
Put that cookie down! Now!
I think I want one game that does it all. I know. No. Sim racing is like an impossible feat. Impossible feat. Yeah, I do like JRPGs. You're using Crew Chief? Alright, let's boot this bitch up. It looks like he's flipping you off. It's his headset, plus like...
Radio check.
Spotter, radio check.
Yes, that's a point finish. Good job, mate.
It says it's running AMS2. I wonder if it works off of Project Cars 2 telemetry. What are you using for the preset? Too bad. Is Oliver enjoying the update? I don't know. He hasn't said anything since I put on the subscriber-only mode, so if you catch my drift.
Stop it!
Project Motor, it's not there on my list. It is not here in my list. Properties. in the middle. Let me get this lobby set up quick. There we go. Let's do some good old Monza. Not a fan, but I know you all are, so. Anti-cheat on. Duh. Duh. No duh. I turn damage off. I don't want to get completely bamboozled by people. Monza is the worst, I agree. But everybody loves it, so. Alright, so let's see. Now that that's up. Get crew chief back. Alright. In the middle, down where it says ACC. What are you referring to down where it says ACC? Ah, okay.
Radio check.
Spotter, radio check.
Radio check.
Spotter, radio check.
PMR crashed. I'm not getting anything. Yes, Jason, it is. At least for me. But, what do I have to configure here? Because we're not getting any audio out of it. Project Motor Racing. Everything's still the same, so. Do they just talk less in PMR? Or is there something else I have to configure? It will. Too bad, I love you, but what the fuck are you talking about? It will.
Radio check.
Spotter, radio check.
Yes, it talks less? Alright. Well, let's see what happens. I've done zero research into crew chief at all, if you guys haven't figured out. The only 2 times I've discussed crew chief in my life has been on stream with you guys. First for AMS2, second just now. Yeah, I knew that. Curious if ABS increase actually gets rid of any of that washiness. I doubt it, because it shouldn't. What UDP? I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm thinking about crew chief. Where's the UDP adjustment in crew chief? I heard nothing that whole time. I really don't think it's working. Listen to port 7576. And I think I'm on maybe 7575? No, I'm on 7576. Okay. The right port. Multicast. Initialize PMR UDP listener on port. Yes, I do. But it works. It's already configured. More time than menu on track. That's the welcome to the world of sim racing. That's why I'm still dog shit at it. Spend more time trying to figure shit out than anything else. You do always on. Admittedly, I'm losing interest very quickly in this little task at hand here. Piss. My brain thinks more about that than... Yeah, I agree, Digi. That's where I'm at. They completely killed tire physics. I don't even know where those conclusions come from. Every time I read a comment like that, my brain goes, oh, it changed for you, and now you have to get better at the game again. I'm just not saying anything. I'm just going to play the game. Play the game. Exactly, Ibrahim. Smile and ignore. You guys in chat can chat amongst yourselves about that. Me addressing every comment can be rough sometimes.
Son of a bitch!
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Crash your desktop. Nice livery you have there, Vader. I gotta have him fix these too. This is supposed to be a gloss roof, gloss splitter, gloss diffuser. Whenever the 2.1 update came out, it broke a lot of the liveries. Alright, that's actually... How much time we got? Hold on. No, never mind. Start from the back. Have some fun. I had one crash the desktop, but I haven't had one since. Has anybody crashed twice to desktop, out of curiosity? Was that your first one, Bob? I know, I forgot who it was earlier, said they had one. Oh, ouch, you son of a bitch. That's how it always goes, though, Grumps. That's how it always goes. Comes in, says that, and then doesn't say anything else. Like, why? How did they kill the physics? Explain that to me. They fixed a massive tire bug that they introduced in the last update. I would hate making a video game. First one, got it. Let me know if you get a second one. I haven't gotten a second one yet. I have to wonder if this game has to, like, break first time it installs shaders once. Oh, where you're going, Vader, but that's not the track. That is a good-looking livery. Man, this 40 shoots like crap. Picks up same 40. Puts one right in the center. Yeah, don't think it's the gun. Same, but different. Might be one of my favorite jams that's playing right now. Rewinding. It just frags. It just frags start to finish. It's got that, like, 80s, but that little bit of synthwave, but the 80s. That's, like, the perfect music for me. Right here. We're gonna let it go. Ready? Actually, no. We're gonna play it when the race starts. We're gonna play it when the race starts. Whenever that might fucking happen. Listen, buddy, oh pal. Have a good one, Digi. You gonna play tonight, or are you doing anything tonight? You around tonight? You're too fucking busy being an adult. So far, Rob, so good. No real major problems anyway. So far they fixed a lot of little things. A lot of little things that would be annoying. Not necessarily game breaking. The tire one was the biggest one. But so far, feels good. As soon as this race starts, we're getting the music rolling. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. This music's gonna work. There's gonna be, I am going to be so fast right now. I'm not gonna hit anybody, nobody's gonna hit me. I'm gonna be like a ninja. Like, if Max Verstappen DNA and Lewis Hamilton DNA combined forces and impregnated a Japanese woman, the ninja of race car driver that would produce is what I'm gonna be.
Get a good launch. Focus on those lights.
Rex turn 3. Oh, shit! You're almost right. You're almost right. Should put your juju on me. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem about sim racing, though, is that it's always going to be subjective. Gotta work on that right there. Rather Juju than Goo Goo. I don't know what's up with this guy in the Porsche, man. There's the Porsche, right? Can't tell. Can't run me down in the LMDH. Hanging back there. I died. Stig Monkey, I don't know what you're doing, man, but you don't have to hit to pass. Dude! There's something wrong with this dude. Alright. We're not fucking with that shit. Salute. Worth it. Well, that was fun. I at least did what I said I was going to do. I actually got totally lucky. I 100% was setting myself up for a massive jinx in turn 1. And somehow I actually got through it like a literal ninja. Broken clock is right twice a day, boys. And that was one of my 2 times. Shit, that might even be a clip. Pure luck. Worked out in my favor, though. It's very rare when pure luck and my words of confidence line up. That's your mulligan, sir. Sir, I already forgot your name. That's your mulligan kick. You only get kicked once. Straighten you out. If it doesn't straighten you out, you get a block, and then you can't join again. So that's how I'm doing things. There's your mulligan. Fine, it's Monza. I hate Monza anyway, so I don't mind. I don't mind. Monza's like fun through lap 1, turn 1. Like it's like a challenge. Like that should be all there is to this race. Lap 1, turn 1. Apparently they can't do it in real life, so, you know. The rest of the race is boring. Lap 1, turn 1. Peak climax right there. But yeah, Jason, the game does seem better so far overall. Oh no, sad to hear they killed Tire Physics. I know. Oh shit. What's funny is this though, right? This is the way herd mentality works. All of the other people that are having a good time, his one comment will get more traction on the internet globally than all of the other people enjoying it. That's herd mentality. Gonna do its thing. Guaranteed. That's a typical political opinion, too. No information, just a blanketed statement. You're not going to get one, Crumbs. You're not. It's like, imagine this, guys. You open the door. Someone rings the doorbell, right? You open the door. And literally, as soon as the door opens,
Take a big step back and literally fuck your own face!
And then they leave. That's the equivalent of that information. Well, technically, it starts like this. They don't even ring the doorbell.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Take a big step back and literally fuck your own face!
The equivalent of a drive-by. It takes 5 to 6 business days for a response. He's compiling his shader file. He's compiling his shader response. The soundboard poet. Well, for what it's worth, too bad today's been driving all day like... Meanwhile, I've been driving like... The guy who I had to boot, his way of passing was basically... That's how he passed. What's that sound from? I hope you all know. I hope every single one of you knows what that's from. The POV. Well, go back and watch. I got killed by some dude in LMDH who just could not drive. To the point where I had to kick him out of the lobby. One of these days I'm gonna have to put some real effort into like lobby cleanup and just building a good lobby system, but I'm not consistent enough with playing the game to do that yet. I don't know if I ever will be. Like, at least we know I can stream during the day and get some custom lobbies going, you know? Well, yeah, I'll show you what happened. Is this guy in the Lambo? This guy here. This guy here. He's the one. Stick monkey, 15-second penalty. This guy. Hit. He tries to drive through me several times in a straight line. Hit, hit, hit. And then that. And then hits me again, spins me out. Like... His way of passing was literally hit you until you let him pass. Even though it's a straight line, and I'm sticking to a lane, drive around me. You have all sorts of road to go around me, and you choose to go through me. Repeatedly. Oh. I mean, realistically, what I should have done was just pulled over. But that's not racing. If we're going in a straight line, the best thing I can do is not move. And when you have a much faster car in a straight line, just pick a spot and go around me. yeah, I could technically move over, but that also creates an anomaly where, oh, if he's going to go that way, and then I drift over that way naturally, I might potentially block him when I'm not trying to. So in a straight line, I usually just stay in the exact spot I'm in, because you got a much faster car to just pick a lane and drive around me before the next turn. But through me is the one place you can't go. What CPU and GPU come I running? 9800X3D and 5090. All right. I got one more good race in me. One more good race in me. And then I'm going to get off for now. I don't know if I'm going to get back on tonight. I might. I'll think about it. Consider it. I don't know. I want others to test the game, too. I want to see what other people's opinions are. We had a pretty good time today. But we've been here before, where we streamed. We had a good time on the launch of an update. And then a bunch of other people had miserable times. And back in the shitter the game went. Alright, so let's see where we're at for Steam. Our 24-hour peak went back up to 129. We currently got 113 in. You can clearly see the spike, too. Right there at the end, that's today. That's the spike. That's today. And I know that's not a super relevant metric, but it is still a relevant metric. I am one of those people. If you can't go over it, go under it. Look at you, Vader. You finally won.
Well done, mate. That's a point finish. Nice.
Look at you. Good amount of bug fixes, Hambone. GT3s and LMDHs got reworked. LMDHs more specifically. I like them both. I like both changes. The bug fixes so far. So far, there's been no Afghan flags. That was a nice little one. There's no double reverse gears. That's obviously an embarrassing one to have. That has no effect on the game, but at least it was gone. All right. Last race, boys. Last race for me, boys. What do we want to do for a track? Daytona. That's actually what I wanted to do. That was a good call. Experiment here a little bit. I have not tested wet tires, but they were a bunch of patch notes regarding wet tires. Dry and wet tires changed. I haven't tested them personally yet, so I'm going to leave that up to other people. I don't have the patience to do, all the testing of everything. So, but supposedly they were changed. All right. Whoa, whoa.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, it's absolutely a miss that needs to be corrected for sure. Too bad. I thought you said you were getting off. There you are, joining my lobby again. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'll work on that. I'm having kebabs on the grill tonight. I'm actually very excited for that. So let me ask you, god damn, I gotta work on driving these things again. Should I play PMR tonight for some lobbies, or should I play Call of Duty? The problem with this game is I hate, like, putting in effort, but because of lack of players, it feeling like I just wasted a bunch of my time. So, like, I don't want to do lobbies. There's a good chance Jester's going to be doing lobbies. So if Jester's doing lobbies and I'm doing lobbies, that divides the 17 people that are still playing the game. So it makes me go, well, maybe I should just play Call of Duty. But on the other hand, someone else streaming the game is good for the game. I don't know. Problem is, I don't know what I want to do. Here's the thing what I want to do, Gio. This is the order of things I want to do. I want to play PMR with a full lobby of people playing. But I would rather play Call of Duty than play PMR with an empty lobby. And I can't predict what lobby I'm going to get. Because there's just not enough people playing the game. Now I'm saying? I'll be curious to try Aris's setups. Because admittedly, I've liked Aris's setups more than any of the other guys making setups in the mod hub. I feel like Aris has the advantage of being the guy programming, to be able to tell what works and what doesn't work. God, keep falling out of the groove.
5 minutes remaining in the session.
God damn it! I tried coming out of that corner with more exit speed. Did not like that. I got the pace though. Just blew it at the last turn right there. That feels good enough, that setup, which is basic. Less downforce, soft tires. Are you saying you like the PMR update, Art, or are you confirming that I like it? Like, are you asking? Battlefield 6 is free on PC till the 24th. Well, I will be playing some shooters at some point this week. It's not going to be like a PMR week. You know? But I am... Everyone's waiting on it. The numbers won't grow. Yeah. Same. Agreed. You like it? Good. Glad you like it. Terrible parking spot? Yeah, I know. So unless I'm doing like the league race, I gotta spend time with the wife. So for me, it's usually, I usually start, my evening streams are usually between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because that's just when I can get on. The wife goes to bed. He's priority over you guys. Sorry. Sorry if that offends you. But also, I'm not sorry. I gotta respond to some emails here. Come on, Evan, learn to use your fucking thumbs. Oh, I gotta go, everybody. Too bad. Really? We gotta go. Gotta take the LMDH for a ride? Scallywag. I didn't find the no grip that Boris was talking about with the other. I mean, it's definitely got some grip loss, but maybe it's because, again, I like I said, for you guys who watch him more regularly, I would tell them to try soft tires. Because I'm trying to test the soft tires to see when they start to fall apart. For these sprint races, I see no reason to put these cars on mediums, you know? I feel like even on the softs, lap 3 of Daytona, the tires are finally starting to work really good, you know? Ever have a dream where you're trying to text that shit's the yeah, or trying to get up when you fall down in the middle of the road and you're trying to get up and you can't get to the other side of the road and there's a car coming? I have that dream at least once a week. Like all you gotta do is just get up and get out of the way. Can't do it. Oh! He did what I did, only he saved it. He didn't die. I died. Tactile strap. Need to do a few factory driver tests, but so far it feels better to me. Hey, that's fine. Not everybody needs to test. It's just a matter of do you like it or not. Like, that's the reality of it, you know? I just don't feel like testing the wet tires. I'll take their word for it that they work. Someone who's more adamant about rain racing, they can test it. You know? You guys gotta understand, like, I don't play video games off stream right now because I just don't have the time. So any time I allow for streaming, that's it. That's my video game time. So what you guys see me do is what I'm doing, you know? Not like I'm going off stream and I'm, you know, when I test something for this game on pre-release or something, I'm squeezing time in to do that. Or I'm sacrificing stream time or something. Right, doing that didn't kill you? Oh, cool dog, are you tactile? But yeah, I hit that sausage pretty hard in the Cadillac, and I went airborne. You did too, but at least you regripped. I didn't regrip. I went for a ride. So what's the ratio here? So 8 of the 22 are on PC. So if 120 people are on Steam total, that's like maybe 300 total people, counting console players. That's just based off of this one lobby metric. Obviously, that's not. But I truly don't believe, like, the numbers in the game don't lie. The Steam numbers matter because the overall game numbers are still not much better, you know? If it was 100 to 1, like people seem to think it is, console players to PC players, if you have 100 PC players, there's no such thing as dead lobbies, you know? No, they didn't add the go to track timer yet. Like, that's like a silly one. I don't know why it's not there yet. Hit the sausage and went for a ride on a t-shirt. Yeah, buddy. First gear actually works. Well, the downshifting into the gears works. Downshifting works. Who knew? The guy that everybody keeps giving shit, Aris, fixed it. I think. I don't say that confidently because I don't know if he fixed it. The guy might have fixed it and then left, and then it was taken over by Aris. But either way, Aris is getting the fucking credit right now, so. Now, put it this way. Last build, Cool Dog, you could not downshift. You would spin out. The being able to downshift and not losing control of the car is new to this update. I know that because it pissed me off. It was my number one hatred about the LMDH cars.
Okay, mate, you can do this. Let's stay out of trouble in the first few quarters. No heroics.
These cars drive so much better. I love the way they drive now. So much better. Come on, boys. There are some pretty big bumps on this track that completely make you lane change. That wasn't me. Wasn't me. I'm not responsible for whatever the hell that was. That's all I'm saying. I was just a lucky bystander to witness it. Come here in a bar alley. Itty bitty. Yeah, these cars are way better, Gio. I actually enjoy this. That was poor. That was very poor. Look at the tires, though. I'm on softs. Lap 3, Daytona. They're just coming into their happy place. I haven't found a reason to stick with mediums yet. Maybe for a super long endurance-y race, sure, but these sprints, just use softs. I have to grab second there to help rotate the car just a little bit to avoid that track limit. I haven't found a smooth way through that yet in third. And third's what I feel like I should be in the whole time. But I feel like I still have to snip second gear at the last second to swing myself out of that track limit. Yeah, he walks away in these straights. He's either running like almost no downforce, or the Valkyrie's just that much stronger. He just checks out, because I'm already running less downforce. And look, he just checks out. But then I work him back every time in the turns. See, like right now I'm in his draft. Whoa, 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 okay, never mind. I don't know what happened there. What the hell? What happened? Why'd you back out, bro? I wanted to battle. He left. Come on. Wanted to earn that. You both look smooth on my end. Cool dog. When you guys were in front of me. So it might have been your specific connection. I don't know. Neither one of you looked bad on my end. Like jittery or whatever. I gotta test that Valkyrie out, man. Oh, you know what? It might be my I am completely out of energy. So, I suppose it could be that. That right there, I feel like I got a snip second. Yeah, these cars feel awesome now. This car, like, I mean, I've always liked these on Daytona, but now this feels really good. I want to take more wing out of it. I wasn't threatened by the rear downforce at all. I feel like I could pull more wing out of it. Take your times, boys. That felt really good. That felt really good. I want to say it's slower, though, because I know I've gone 134s and could pretty consistently do 135s before. And that 138.3 felt like a decent lap. What's the typical LMDH lap times on Daytona? Like, where are we at? Were we more accurate before when we were in the mid to lower 130s, or are we more accurate now when we're in the mid to uppers? Felt great, yeah. I mean, the LMDHs are feeling real good right now. 136 is what? Is like normal or like record? I mean, like I said, I do think these default setups are safe. They're erring on the caution side of caution, which is why, like, I pulled 2 degrees out of that wing, and at no point was I threatened by rear downforce not being enough. So I could pull more out of it, honestly. Either way, boys, pole is 134 flat. Qualifying for in race. Your setup is not what you want yet. What do you mean, the game itself, or your independent setup that you got to work on for the car? I'm definitely slower than I was before, though. New default setups per car. Oh, I think they're per car. I'm pretty sure they've always been per car. Default setups. I don't think it changes your car setup per track. I don't think it ever has. I got a message, Sora. We're back to this waiting in the lobby shit. Well, then again, if this guy's still on track and he hasn't completed his last lap, then we're waiting for him. Problem is I can't view him. But if he's not DQ'd and he's still on track, then we're waiting for him right now. I'm gonna message Sora anyway and see about that. If that's because I remember he had to fix that on the back end last time. Lobbies just wouldn't end. Last lap timer works. You can verify that. Just have to wait. Got it. One red LMDH. I don't know which one was red. But it was probably... Yeah, if it was moving up and down, it was latency. It's ping. It's connection in general. Connection in general. But anyway, guys, that's it for me for now. I do have to get off. Overall, I had a good time. I'll be curious to see what other streamers and other people playing the game have to say. See where it's at. Hopefully, it's unanimous across the board that people are having a better time than they were previously. You never know, and I'm not going to hold my breath. I doubt we're all going to sing Kumbaya on the fire, so... Either way, I had fun today. Hopefully, more people do. Does seem like they ironed out some things. The changes to the cars feel good. Yeah. Take care, Ibrahim. But yeah, that's it for me for now, guys. I might come back later tonight, either for this or for possibly Call of Duty. Unsure yet. We'll see. If we know tomorrow, if we can get some people actually that want to race, then I will race tonight. But if it's going to be me staring at open or dead lobbies, I would rather just do anything else, if I'm being honest with you. Like play Call of Duty. Because the thing about Call of Duty is, even if I only have one person to play with, there's hundreds of people online, thousands of people online at all times playing, so it just makes it easier to do, you know? But, alright, boys. Pay attention to my Discord. If you're not in my Discord, it's in the description below. Join up. Sign up. And that's where I post. I tag everyone every time when I'm about to do what I'm about to do on stream, so pay attention to that, and that'll let you know what we're going to do. Until then, folks, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and I hope you guys who have the game enjoy the update. Till then, peace.